All right, we are live. Make sure we watch the full thing. Let me put some posts out saying, "Am I live?" real quick. Facebook post be done. Already took my medicine, so all we gotta do is worry about my nighttime medicine. Yeah, 4 milligrams of Suboxone is what I'm up to right now. It knocks me on my butt a little bit. Uh, Rumble kick posted. Somebody just followed before I signed on. Panda. That name sounds familiar, but thank you for the follow. Image. A lot going on still in the political realm of spineless politics, which is getting frustrating, especially on the GOP end. Not having a backbone to actually make any decisions or put any action forward. Like nuking the filibuster, gosh darn it. Still don't understand why they haven't done that. They're just a bunch of spineless jellyfish for not. They need to. Because the Democrats will once they get back in power. So it doesn't really matter if they do it now, it's going to happen later, one way or the other. So they might as well get all the laws passed that they can to limit the power of the Dems in the future. It's crazy, 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 crazy. All right, we live here. Good there. Let's see there. That. Reopen that. 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 Down. Hear myself. Ads, 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 ads. Have ads on my Twitch, I believe. We have trouble. Oh, we did have trouble connecting. I'll do this. Settings. And just remove Twitch. Add Twitch. Invalid token. Refresh page. Twitch. Oh, directed. Twitch successfully added. Home. Here. Should be good. And we should be live to Twitch in a second here. Oh, there it is. Okay. We're live to Twitch, we're live to Kick, we're live to Rumble. Rumble's got its pre-roll ads, so we'll give it a second for people to come in before we start the actual show. And we gotta change resolutions on all this so it's not eating up my space. That's good. Oh, welcome everybody. Hopefully everybody's having a great Saturday afternoon. This is beautiful afternoon, and we're all grateful to be here, I hope. And Have to thank God for every second and minute we get. Even though sometimes it's rougher than not, but it's a beautiful life we get to live either way. So anyway, there's something crazy that happened. I guess the security guard is arrested right now in a self-defense shooting. And Tim Pool is claiming that the justice system is broken. Which I can see. I can see our justice system being broken in the first place with all these federal judges that are overreaching to our to block the president currently. So
This is a ABC6 Spirit Halloween security guard shot and killed a shoplifter for stealing less than $90. Cops.
Now, if you stop it right there, it doesn't sound too great, does it, right? Now I'm going to play it, and you're going to hear the actual story, which is completely different from what these headlines tell you. Constantly. The story is constantly different from the way they were these headlines. They have an agenda with each headline they put out. And I hate when people do not do their own research. So I beg everyone, research stuff, look into things like the 40 billion that Trump sent to Argentina. It's not a gift. It is literally a return on investment exchange of currency. And we're actually making money off of that currency exchange because we bought whatever their currency was at low, and it is gaining value. So we are making money. It's just people need to look into things before they start whining and complaining.
Notice how they framed that story. Here's the real story. A guy tried running out of a Spirit Halloween after having stolen a bunch of costumes. Or that's the process of stealing. The security guard grabbed him to stop him, as is his job, and the criminal began to fight the security guard. Security guard told him to stop, otherwise he would shoot him, but holstered his weapon. He then pulled pepper spray out and sprayed the criminal as they were fighting on the ground. The criminal flipped him over, got on top of him, and started punching him in the face, and the security drew his weapon and shot the guy 3 times in the chest.
It's fair.
But look how they titled it.
Of course they did.
Because they want you to think that the sad, poor, socioeconomically disadvantaged man was walking out and he said, "Please, security guard, please don't hurt me. It's for my family." And the security guard went,
he was English like that too.
You.
Yeah.
Just killed him dead cold on the spot.
Yep.
It is Spirit Halloween.
And by the way, that sticks. They know that sticks. They know that when they frame that's
you know you're like in an abandoned Planet Fitness. It's already grungy in there. No one wants to be there. It's
defending your property is the right thing to do.
I want to say this. This is 25-year-old Josiah Armijo working security. I don't know if they have the capability to cover all of his legal costs. I don't think that I could do that, but I could certainly assist. And I'll see if there's a way I can get in touch with his family and provide some legal, financial legal assistance, because we cannot live in a country where criminals are protected.
Correct.
A security guard stopped a criminal. The criminal decided to escalate it to a life or death situation, and the security guard said, "I choose my own life," and they've charged him with second-degree murder.
That's
because this is New Mexico, and they're communists.
If somebody's on top of you and you have a gun on your possession and they're punching you in the face, you have to shoot them because they can take your gun and shoot you.
Absolutely.
That is a fact that makes no. I don't think that's going to stick. He's got to get a good lawyer, and that lawyer will just,
Yeah.
It is New Mexico.
That's a great point.
Yep.
If you have, and this is part of the reason why police have to go to deadly force whenever, like, whenever someone's trying to incapacitate a police officer, if someone were to shoot a police officer with pepper spray or try to shoot a police officer with pepper spray, the police officer must escalate to deadly force, because if he is incapacitated, that person can get their gun, and that police officer, and not just the police officer, but anybody standing around, any bystanders, any civilians, they're all in danger.
Have you ever seen anybody get pepper sprayed?
Oh, yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Dude, I was at, and I'll just for the story of how I do a gig. There's this handsome, kind of tall black dude who says he was a musician, kind of a big dude wearing cool clothes, but he was about 6'4", and he was security. And I was like, man, it's strange, security. And we walk outside, and there's a fight going on, and the guy, he goes, hey guys, he's really calm, walks up to him and goes, hey guys, you both got to calm down because they're neighbors. And the guy turns to him and goes, fuck you. And without, literally lazy, he just went like this. He went and just sprayed both of them like that. Literally, dude, he just went like that. Shut up, like that. And they went, there you go. And they both went down. And the girl who was the boy, I guess the girlfriend, came up to him and called him the N-word.
Wow.
And he went like this. Gang, gang, gang. Now watch. She goes down. I don't know what's going on, but I was like taking pictures. So I go over and I go, what's going on, man? What happened? He goes, just acting the fool. Gets in a little car and just drives off. Okay. Now I'm trying to, I'm sorry. And he looks at the woman and goes, you got to use milk to flush out your eyes. Use milk, you'll be fine. Doesn't say anything to guys. The two guys are like literally spitting, puking. They're like on their hands and knees. It's so incapacitated. I go to help the woman because I don't know what to do. I'm like, get me a water, and I'm pouring water and everything else. And don't put water in her eyes. And that was the end of that. And then I touched my eyes.
Errors were made.
That's like when you eat like a spicy hot wing and you have the wing sauce on your hand. That burns. Hi. It's 3:30. Yeah, technically 3:40, but I started at 3:30. Thanks. What are you doing? Seeing me fill it? You gonna drink it? He's drinking all my tea. I have a little tea thief. Little tea thief. Yeah, eats right through my bones. See how sharp in my knee and my left ankle to shin through my foot. Not including the spasms. It's nasty. This feels horrible. Because you're trouble. Oh, you're not, huh? You're hot. You need to get a drink. Do you need more to drink? You found them just in time. They don't work. Ooh. Thank goodness for heated blankets. They kind of help. It gets so hot sometimes.
In my mouth, sir. I'm not experienced with this. It didn't go well for me either. That stuff is no joke.
It is
dude.
no joke.
Woo!
It is rough.
Not in your eyes, man. So you got to shoot somebody if they're going to do that.
I'm sure we've all made the famous mistake of cutting peppers, and then 20 minutes later, you're not thinking about it. And you, you take a piss.
I've done that.
Yikes.
Oh, yeah. I was like, why is my dick burning? What's going on? Hey, I had to have a conversation with my wife. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason I want to pull the story up is that this is what we're seeing across the country. in these circumstances, the criminals are the victims. This guy, this security guard, is the victim, and they charged him for
reason
it.
to be.
That's insane.
It's crazy.
So now we've got, I think in Philadelphia, $500 or left in theft is not a crime or whatever. It's a misdemeanor or something. Cops won't show up for it. San Francisco, California, it's like 900.
Well, listen, they're locking toothpaste up in D.C. Okay, toothpaste, my friend.
Well, hey, you know, these criminals, they got good teeth.
You're right.
You gotta protect
You're
those
right.
pearly whites.
You gotta protect the pearly whites. But when you have to lock up toothpaste, I don't want to live in a society like that. Bring in the National Guard.
Have you seen what they do in Chicago?
No.
You walk into Walgreens and it's a big empty room and there's 2 tablets
time.
and you search for what you want. And when after you
Oh,
buy
those
it, someone will bring it out.
battery-operated ones?
Unbelievable. We don't have to live that way.
We don't.
It's all
Yeah, well, you
found
know,
it.
maybe we need like,
Those are the ones mom decorates the house with.
how do we live better?
I tell you. Oh, very easy.
Batteries.
You
No,
let
only
cops
people.
enforce the law.
You let security guards stop
people,
criminals and you don't
we
come in and
don't
charge
have
them.
Yeah, also you don't say, well,
So-
he's a criminal because he had a hard time, so he's a victim. He's a criminal because he's an asshole and he's got to pay a price. That's just the way it is, dude.
I love
No,
this,
these are only
this
for insight.
modern justice system. It's certainly not anything close to English common law, where you commit a crime and
I'm
the
not
judge
in
just
trouble,
says,
so I would need to speak.
guilty or not guilty. And the guy says,
So,
not guilty by
if
reason
I
of
wasn't in
socioeconomic disadvantage.
trouble,
And they go, free to go.
Guys, I
My
wasn't
dad's
in
never
trouble.
around.
Sure about that?
Oh, that
You can
explains
say
I've been in
everything.
trouble
You know
a
what I
lot
mean?
lately.
But it's true.
No,
By the way,
dude.
fatherless is an issue.
You
But
have.
again,
I've
another
been in trouble
unsexy
a lot
problem.
lately.
But it's like it doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think Bukele just demonstrated that all this is just optional. You
Yeah.
can just switch it off whenever you want.
Yeah, I
Hold on,
mean,
go back to this story.
well, you
I
talked
just
to-
saw this. It was on the.
It just caught my attention.
Well, so here's we don't have to live like
She
this.
must have been
Round
annoying.
2. Woman was changed
We
and
don't have to
chained
live
in-
like this round 2. Yeah.
Yeah, a woman was chained in the backyard
this
by
story
for months by
is right.
friends who didn't like her anymore. It was I just saw it on the right side of the trending section when we were talking about the security guard and what is going on?
What'd she
I'll
do?
tell you what's
What did
going
she
on.
do?
This
Texas,
is called
in Austin.
this is called somebody's kink. Okay.
For months?
Yes, sir. It sounds like she had breaks, but she was tied up. And
Let's hear
she's
the
like,
friends
"Better-
out,
You
you know,
better let
that's
me
all."
out. It's been a month. I'm gonna start screaming. It's like, yeah, I don't know if I buy this. It just
It
sounds
seems like we're getting one side of the story.
Right?
She could be really annoying.
Right?
You know?
yeah, slavery.
starved?
Slavery is bad unless it's voluntary.
She was starved, restrained, and they were shooting her with BB guns.
What?
Okay, that's okay. You know what? Maybe she.
She was found screaming for help.
Okay, you know, I
Handcuffed to a
rescind my
punching bag.
previous statement.
Oh my God! According-
She was naked from the waist down, unable to free herself
Open
from rusted
wounds,
cuffs.
Open wounds,
right, yeah, the friends
lacerations,
and-
swollen wrists, missing flesh on her
Friends are
hands
probably
and
the
feet.
Oh my
Who are these
God.
friends?
Well, are they still friends?
This isn't.
Ex-friends?
She had been
The
longtime
idiots
friends with
still
one
out
woman in the
there that
house
would be friends.
and visited often, but said that one day they decided they didn't like her anymore and no longer allowed her to leave.
This is insane.
when you don't like someone,
Look at the people.
Wait, where is this? Austin?
it's awesome.
Yeah.
You know what this-
Oh,
you know
never.
what
This is
looks
how
like?
friendships
This-
work in
no,
Austin.
This looks like that vampire show on Comedy
Crazy.
Central or whatever it's called. What is that? Remember those vampires? It's a comedy. They look like they're vampires.
Well, look at the
might be
house.
vampires.
Look at the house. I could have told you someone was chained up in the backyard there. That's obvious. Look at that.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
that ribbon.
That's in Austin. That's in
What We Do in
Austin.
the Shadows, that show?
Yes.
That's FX, I think.
Is it? Okay.
kinda
What We
always-
Do in the shadows.
if I
kinda
saw
always
the house,
th-
yeah.
I always thought that, like, if you don't like someone, you want them to leave. You want them to go away.
Yeah,
not
usually.
if they've been naughty. Look at the guy with that D'Artagnan facial.
D'Artagnan.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
He's the musketeer that didn't make it.
Look at all the signs. Friend will bite. Maybe is that what it says?
Friend will bite.
He's a little dude of the weight.
How is this possible? Do they have no neighbors?
I don't know.
It's Austin. It's weird.
Yeah. I remember when I was in Austin recently, and I just heard screaming. In fact, when I was at your show, Brian, the screaming that was underneath your podcast studio, I assumed that was normal.
I know it is. We run a discipline chamber.
The previous podcast guest didn't get along with us too well. We just didn't like her anymore.
Yeah,
Chain 'em up.
that's like that's my joke about just having an English. Anytime an English supervillain has you in their dungeon, they're really polite. I do apologize for your rather restrictive accommodations. Was unavoidable.
Yeah, what's up with that? Why do Americans feel that way about British people?
I don't know. There's something about.
Always cannot.
They have to be polite evil. You know
Yeah,
what I
there's
mean?
something about the way
Polite
they, I'm
evil.
afraid of being a nuisance. We have to have you removed.
Yeah.
I'm terribly sorry that the vice is squeezing your balls, but it's on purpose. So.
I will not lie. This will hurt.
Maybe it's something like serial killery.
Yeah.
Be nice as their.
Yeah.
But it's
But you
unless
gotta go
they have like a Cockney accent, then they're like really gruff, aggressive.
They have to be big. They have to be fat.
I'm
going to punch you in the face.
Yes. No, you have to be an aristocrat. I'm afraid this.
I prefer the traditional American. It puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again.
Yes.
You know? That's the way Americans do it. They rip your skin off and put it over their skin.
No, the British aren't so. They don't really get graphic about it. They just say things like, "I will not lie. Sin is my speciality."
Well, actually, to be fair, they don't say that anymore. Now they say assalamu alaikum.
It's true.
It's
Very true.
assalamu alaikum. Please,
Sure, whatever.
Tim, please. If you're gonna speak Arabic, please get it right.
Hello.
You speak
God,
Arabic?
shwaya. No.
Because you were saying you lived with it for a while, yeah.
As a kid, I understood some. It's a very difficult language. It's a rich language. Many different versions of Arabic.
Now,
Maybe.
this is in essence kind of a joke, but not really. The British villains don't say that. They no longer say, "I'm terribly sorry for your accommodations." Now they say Allahu Akbar.
That's
not really a joke.
good joke, dude. That's a good joke because it's kind of true.
Well, that's what JD Vance, he was at NatCon, and they're like, what do you think is going to be the first Muslim country to acquire a nuclear weapon? He's like, I thought the UK had.
That's really funny.
I mean,
Oh, man.
Pakistan already has nuclear weapons, anyways.
I think it's off the table.
Wait, did someone really ask him that? Because Pakistan's had nukes for a while.
Yeah, they've had them for a long time.
Maybe they're posers.
Well, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
They
They are really inbred.
They gotta be ready for that
You're
Indian
pretty
threat.
committed to the bit when you start inbreeding.
right? Seriously.
Yeah. It's true.
But
I thought
look, when it comes to back to the other story about the guy that was stealing from the Halloween store, like as a society, like we should empower people to defend their property. Right. And I get it. If you're like you're a wagey and you're working at Walmart, you probably don't want to put your body on the line for Walmart's, for $45 worth of merchandise from Walmart. But at the same time, people
Twinkies.
need to understand that there are serious
$45 worth of
repercussions
Twinkies from Walmart.
for stealing.
Person will sit on you and kill you.
Is because property rights are fundamental to our society.
That's exactly right.
Property rights are a foundational principle. Without property rights, our society falls apart.
Because you need contracts that mean something.
Yes.
Contracts that can be afforded something.
Yep.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Tim.
Then I have this one from Miss Hillary Clinton. Let's see what she's
the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. And it's not just the social and psychological effects, it's real harm. If the platforms, whether it's Facebook or...
that is exactly what the Dems want. A full-blown control. Yeah, I don't listen to your crappy show anyway, Howard. It sucks. It's always old white men, tell you that yell at you while you're trying to parallel park. Learn how to parallel park. I love these ads. Honestly love that the government does this. And gotta like yourself, because if you don't, no one else will. I don't understand how these people ran out of money on their cards. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they did. I had a disagreement with a guy last night on X. Good man, how have you been? And it was about people on Snap. And I'm saying, well, there is waste and fraud involved in that program. There's quite a bit of waste and fraud. There's people that are probably making like $3,000 on average a month in Snap or getting. And then they either use it illegally, like reselling it and whatnot, or they just buy the most expensive things you can get, like a cheese board that's worth $1,000 that you can get on EBT. Like, there's so much fraudulent crap going on. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I get it, man. I've been on and off with the streams and in and out doing doctor's appointments and crap like that. But hey, at least you're keeping busy. That's always a plus. But yeah, I just think that I was giving a low number of 10 million that potentially could be fraudulent, or at least just like generational recipients, which are like able-bodied people, but just because they've grown up with it, they're accommodated to it. They just do the same thing their parents did. That's what they were taught and raised. Not everybody is, but there's some people. So there's 40 million on it, 10 million you would say maybe are abusing it, $3,000 an average a month, and these people are on it for their lifetime. Yeah, it's yeah. And it's the weather. Slightly stuffed and slightly everything else. Getting through, just doing what I can. But it was a generous average of about 10 million people, and he didn't really think 10 million people would be like doing anything fraudulent or wasteful or anything like that. And I think 10 is a reasonable. Might be a little high, but not too high, because there's 4 to 6 million that are like second generation Snap receivers. So $3,000 per month, like times a lifetime, you figure they start getting it at 20, so maybe 55 years that they receive these benefits. It's a lot of freaking money over a lifetime. A lot of money given out to people. Is it needed? Yeah, it's needed. Does it need to be monitored better? Yeah, it needs cleaned up. But I just can't believe people are already out. Like, I'm currently on it. Been on it for a few months. We didn't receive payment last month, but we still had enough left over from last month to take care of us through this month. It's all about, like, I don't know if these people just don't understand money and like having prioritization of what to buy or what, but there needs to be training in areas like these and more money management help for people like that, I guess. Oof. Yeah, I don't like that lady. She's evil. Evil lady. I'm going to shut down right now because Donald Trump and Republicans refuse to provide health care to working class Americans. Okie dokie. And New York City. I wanted to watch Matt. Mr. Matt Morse. You meant Tad Bit. Really, they're not voting on a budget. Dems are voting no. Republicans are voting on a budget plan that has been voted on and approved multiple times through the Biden era, and now Dems just want to hold it hostage and are just trying to scrub everything they can through. The biggest thing is they're trying to get Medicare for illegals. It's scuffed, and then Republicans aren't able to pass it on their own, even though they're the majority. They need 60 votes because Dems are filibustering. So Republicans just need to nuke the filibuster, get rid of it completely, pass the healthcare and pass all the laws they want to pass, and move forward. Because when Democrats get back into power, they're just gonna do the same thing that I want them to do right now, that I want the Republicans to do right now. Instead, the Dems will have all the power in their hand.
About for the next 12 months as we head into midterms. And so this is why, like I said a moment,
there we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump just called Chuck Schumer's brand new government shutdown bluff. And so right now, the Democrats are completely melting down.
And snapping everything
now,
we're
for those
tied
of you
into the
that didn't
budget.
hear the news, yesterday afternoon, Chuck Schumer floated a brand new offer, a new set of conditions under which he would agree to open up the government. That said, this new offer from Chuck Schumer is completely poison-pilled and loaded up with not just healthcare bonuses for illegal aliens, but also tens of billions of dollars in taxpayer-funded subsidies to the healthcare providers themselves, with zero promises whatsoever that premiums for actual Americans would even see a decrease. You see, Chuck Schumer knows that the Senate Republicans won't agree to his brand new, absolutely rotten and anti-American proposal, but he doesn't care because what he really wants is for the government to remain shut down so that the Democrats have something to complain about for the next 12 months as we head into midterms. And so this is why, like I said a moment ago, President Trump has just publicly called Chuck Schumer's bluff. But before we get to that, I've got something else that I want all of you to quickly take a look at. Let it play.
What is your response to Chuck Schumer's proposal here to keep those ACA benefits going for another year, bipartisan committee to work on those, and reopen the government with a clean CR?
God, please give me patience, because if you give me strength, I'm going to need bail money. What Senator Schumer is suggesting is that we do the dumbest thing possible that won't work.
Yep.
Stupid should hurt more. Senator Schumer says we should just extend the status quo for a year. What does that mean? That means that we would have to take $35 billion of taxpayer money and give it directly to the health insurance companies without any commitment of lowering premiums. How is that going to reduce health care costs? How's that going to reduce premiums? The health care companies are going to take $35 billion from the taxpayers and put it into their pockets. I mean, duh. I don't know what Senator Schumer is thinking. Earth to Chuck. I mean, Earth to Chuck.
Obamacare was a horrible idea.
Am I going to vote for this? The short answer is no. The long answer is hell no. I think we're just going to have to get used to the fact
pretty much
that we've been in a shutdown. We're going to be in a shutdown for a while. I voted 14 times
yeah, I guess you could say not getting along. Dems are completely anti-Trump, so anything Trump wants to do, they're just going to go against. And the fact that Trump's okay with this, even though it was a Biden era budget bill, and they were all okay with it under Biden, now they're trying to milk more out of it. They're not going to. They're not going to get anything. Now Republicans are just being spineless and not ending the filibuster and passing it through like they should. just wasting time, not paying people money, and it's just the both sides. Yeah, it's just frustrating on both sides of the aisle.
Lift the shutdown. The Democrats and Senator Rand Paul have voted 14 times to keep the government shut down.
Oh, yeah, and you got one
so
Republican,
folks,
Rand
it
Paul,
really
that's
is just
basically
that
a
simple.
Democrat. So
Right now, Chuck Schumer is just openly and blatantly trying to extort money
but they
out
need
of
like
the federal government. Really, that's all
7
of us,
Democrats to
federal
vote with the
taxpayers.
Republicans,
But you know
vote yes
what?
with the
Chuck
Republicans
Schumer's
to get
brand
this
new
vote to
poison-filled
pass the way
offer
things
is
are.
actually much worse than anyone could have ever
Yeah.
expected. Take a look at this.
And so the Democrats,
No,
bottom
it's
line,
these
shutting down
guys, the
entire
senators,
government,
not passing
disrupting
anything.
air travel, not paying the troops because
Troops got paid.
of
That's a
these
lie.
subsidies that were always meant to expire. That's the fight. So what did Chuck Schumer just do? He says, let's extend them another year. We're not going to do that without significant reforms at best. 20% of these subsidies are fraudulent. This is a terrible $50
Yeah, basically, if they don't do anything and they just keep going along with this filibuster, people are going to vote out these Republicans next
stop or
during the
dramatically
midterm.
reform. We're not going to let Chuck Schumer extend it another year.
And whenever
That's what we
their
proposed here
election
about an
cycle
hour
ends,
ago.
or
It's
election
nonsense.
cycle ends.
And so, folks, did you
Forget
catch
what it
all
is,
of
8
that?
years for
What he
Senate or
just said
something.
is that
4
20%
years.
of these Obamacare subsidies are fraudulent to the tune of $50 billion per year. And so,
You know?
can you guess where all of that money is fraudulently going? That's right, to cover the healthcare costs of tens of millions of illegal aliens that the Democrats let into the country in the first place.
Yep.
And so, like I said earlier, Chuck Schumer has attempted to create a little win-win
Ow,
situation
always.
for himself. From his point of view, either the Republicans cave to his brand new poison-pilled offer, and the healthcare companies get their taxpayer-funded subsidies, and the illegal aliens get their taxpayer-funded healthcare.
Signing on this one. Where's my monetization? Yeah, but ICE has been, well, kind of funded. They're still not getting paid, too. I'm all for ICE. A lot of people are just leeching off the system that come here illegally. Some are hard workers, don't get me wrong. But if they're good enough workers, they should be able to be sponsored then by these, especially with people complaining about farmers and everything having to use illegals. I don't agree with that. I think that's kind of a scummy viewpoint. Because basically slave labor. You're paying them a lower than living wage and crappy working conditions. They can't run to anybody if there's like problems. Like they can't contact OSHA or anything like that. Yeah, there's no assistance for those people working on farms and whatnot. Yeah, that's the big thing that Democrats and federal judges are going after right now is the ICE raids.
Or the Republicans reject Chuck Schumer's brand new poison-pilled offer.
But again, they've all been proven to be lies, whatever they're saying on X and whatnot.
Situation that they themselves have created as we head into midterm season. But now, folks, this is where we get to President Trump. Because like I said, President Trump has just publicly called Chuck Schumer's bluff. And so I want you all to take a look at what President Trump himself just had to say about all of this. But first, I do want to quickly mention that if you folks enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a lot. But okay, check this out.
Your water?
As President Trump just posted on Truth Social, I am recommending to Senate Republicans that the hundreds of billions of dollars currently being sent to money-sucking insurance companies in order to save the bad health care provided by Obamacare be sent directly to the people so that they can purchase their own much better health care and have money left over. In other words, take from the big bad insurance companies, give it to the people, and terminate per dollar spent the worst health care anywhere in the world, Obamacare. Unrelated, we must still terminate the filibuster. And so, folks, do all of you understand what President Trump really just did here? President Trump just floated the most socialist, borderline communist healthcare policy of all time, free money for everyone, knowing that the Democrats won't agree to it.
What did he say?
Take Obamacare, be sent. President really does help a lot. But okay, check this out. As President Trump just posted on Truth Social, I am recommending to Senate Republicans that the hundreds of billions of dollars currently being sent to money-sucking insurance companies in order to save the bad health care provided by Obamacare be sent directly to the people so that they can purchase their own much better health care and have money left over. In other words, take from the big bad insurance companies, give it to the people, and terminate per dollar spent the worst health care anywhere in the world, Obamacare. Unrelated, we must still terminate the filibuster. And so, folks, do all of you understand what President Trump really just did here? President Trump just floated the most socialist, borderline communist healthcare policy of all time, free money for everyone, knowing that the Democrats won't agree to it. He's trolling the Democrats. He just called their bluff, because we all know that the Democrats don't actually care about health care for Americans.
He's an old school Democrat, really. But he ran Republican. But he's more right-leaning. He's moderate right. He's not an extremist by any means. No worse than Clinton. Just better business practice. Conservative in economic values.
The contrary, what the Democrats care about is protecting all of their beloved illegal aliens, which is, as far as the Democrats are concerned, really what this entire situation with the shutdown is all about. And then, of course, at the end of that little statement, President Trump says, oh yeah, and by the way, we still need to go nuclear. The notion of which has the Democrats absolutely melting down right now. Take a look.
My sources in the Senate are saying the moderate Democrats are about to cave. They need 5 more. They already have 3, and they're starting to get nervous. If you don't have military getting paid, if you don't have air traffic control, if you don't have your own Senate staffer who's 22 years old making 40 grand a year, he's not getting paid. She's not getting paid. They're under a lot of pressure. And so the Republican strategy is now hold the line. They can't cave, because what happens if they cave and give them all these Obamacare goodies? They're going to come back next year and they're going to hit them up for twice as much.
Same thing.
And so, folks, not only is all of that true, but here's the deal. Really, there are only 2 acceptable options on the table right now. The Senate Democrats can either surrender and agree to open up the government on our terms, on President Trump's terms, or the Senate Republicans must activate the nuclear option. Really, any other outcome here is completely and totally unacceptable. However, with all of that being said, it does currently seem as if, one way or another, the Democrats are going to end up taking the loss here. And thank God for that, because right now, what we need to do is put America first. But now, folks, before we wrap up with today's video here, I do want to quickly say that I've recently made a second brand new YouTube channel specifically for videos just like this, but a little bit shorter. So I'm going to have a link to that brand new channel pinned at the very top of the comment section down below. And if you would all click that link and go subscribe, it really would help a lot. But beyond that, thank you all very much.
Like that. What, babe? Okay. I'm okay. Okay, I think she's okay right now. Oh, Blatz is building his shelves. All right, one more video, and then I'm gonna play some rivals. I think we'll go with, does Liberal have mine have anything new? I like his videos too. This is about one of the ice raids in New Hampshire. I saw this earlier.
A channel solely focused on
Yesterday, I
exposing
think.
the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, like I always say, the sun went up, then it went down, then it rises again. It's a new day. And every time we go through that cosmic cycle, well, you know, for damn sure there's a new fake news leftist outrage campaign moving all over social media. And of course, like clockwork, here it is, more leftist gaslighting and fake news. We've seen the same thing hundreds, thousands of friggin' times. We got another snippet, another tightly edited video that supposedly is incredibly damning for Donald Trump's ICE Gestapo. But of course, once you research past the Democrat headlines, and really the clip even in itself, if you have two working frickin' brain cells, if you aren't immediately grasped emotionally and can actually think without hyperventilating like a blue-haired schizoid, well, you realize the entire narrative is bogus. Let me go ahead and show you the latest fake news outrage campaign. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so here's the video. Let's just play it actually in isolation, and then we could talk about it.
I don't know why.
Look what they're doing! Stop! Document. I got five. Back up. This is my wife. She's having a seizure. They're trying to rip the baby out of her hand. He's having a seizure.
So we've got a family here, and ICE pulled them over, and as you can see, clearly they are not cooperating.
Sounds like
then the husband
a normal
in question, who
Karen
gets grabbed by
bystander
ICE
to me.
officers, well, he starts convulsing, an extreme seizure, and everybody in the crowd, he's having a seizure, oh my god, it's Donald Trump fascism. And now this video is being posted all over social media as the latest evidence that ICE is acting out of hand. But as per usual, these folks on the left, they put narrative above all else, or they just have zero ability to freaking critically think or engage in even just a little bit of skepticism. Does that look like a legitimate seizure? Of course not. So conveniently timed too, right? Right as he's being arrested, all of a sudden, a medical emergency.
All right. Thanks, man. I'll calculate
DHS actually clarifies
Hope all
the
keeps
record.
going well.
Yeah, it was a fake seizure as expected. Here's an actual post from the Department of Homeland Security. They write, during ICE's targeted vehicle stop of Ojeda, Montoya, her child and husband were in the car. The target threw the child into the arms of her husband while he purported to have a medical episode, though refused medical help and displayed absolutely no signs of medical concerns just moments later. Emergency medical personnel on scene found no legitimate medical episode. ICE called 911 and the illegal alien refused any medical care. Agitators attempted to impede the arrest. Fitchburg police responded to the scene to help with crowd control. Yeah, obviously. But the left, of course, in their constant frantic emotional state, just immediately creates a black and white narrative, evil ICE agent abusing this innocent man who's now having a medical episode. Give me a frickin' break. And you know what? It gets even worse when you actually delve into the facts behind the law enforcement operation. Here's the actual context. Agents moved in to arrest a target. The target was the woman in the car, not the husband. Her name is Juliana Milena Ojeda Montoya, and she was charged in August with assault and battery with a dangerous weapon after she allegedly stabbed a coworker twice with scissors and threw a trash can at her. So we've got a violent criminal who's being apprehended here. They refused arrest, attempted to use their child essentially as a shield to stop the arrest, as if that's gonna work. And then when that didn't work, this guy just starts faking a seizure. I mean, such exaggerated movements. I'm pretty sure that's not how a real seizure looks. And yet the left wants you to believe that these people are the victims. Give me a break. And you know what? Even if the guy did have a medical episode, it still doesn't make him the victim. And the way they're using their child as a shield, frankly, it's disgusting. It's indefensible to use your child as a cover. And for a crowd to be around there, escalating the situation, just making matters worse, turning the whole thing into a spectacle, to craft a narrative, to push a political agenda, the whole thing's just disgusting. And it really speaks to the whole environment that's being created by left-wing politics and activism right now. These situations are endless. Either people resisting arrest or those that are stalking these ICE enforcement operations and causing frickin' chaos on the streets. Here's another example, and actually, it's another gaslighting example. We've got this video all over social social media of apparently an innocent woman just on her way to work having her vehicle rammed by ICE agents, and then she gets pulled out of the vehicle and arrested. She's a U.S. citizen. Ooh, poor her.
Get a whole lawsuit, what? Whole lawsuit. Yeah. Hit and run, hit and run. That's a hit and run, hit and run. Weapon, that weapon. You hit her. You hit her. You guys hit her. You guys hit her. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all on camera. Leave her alone. Ain't even do shit. Trying to go to work. She's trying to go to work.
Yeah, they're putting in that narrative now too.
Except you could very clearly see that these ICE agents are moving back onto the road. They're going very slow, and her vehicle speeds up and rams into them. And then, of course, we've got the context. DHS's official statement. They're stating that officers were conducted a targeted arrest when the woman boxed them in with her Mercedes, rammed the agent's vehicle, and then, of course, violently struggled and resisted arrest. And apparently she had been stalking these ICE agents. You know, very convenient to pretend to be a bystander after it all, but obviously there's more to the story. And we're seeing these kinds of situations constantly. These ICE agents are dealing with an epidemic of freaking Karens on the streets, engaging in this wannabe vigilantism on behalf of criminal illegal aliens. Here's another wild situation. We've got this woman driving a Mustang who was supposedly stalking ICE agents, and then once they identify her and start going after her, she floors it and starts swerving through traffic, apparently nearly causing an incident with a school bus.
Door behind you. We're on this one.
Oh.
Oh, it is him.
All right.
So, okay.
Hey, Reddish, that Mustang's coming on you pretty fast.
We're up with you.
Yeah, that's a fast little car. She's right behind you now. Hey, wait. Ma'am, you're impeding with the federal investigation. We have you on camera. We actually have news reporters with us in the vehicle. Your case will be referred over to Homeland Security investigation for prosecution. You will be arrested. This is your last and final warning. Hold on a second, guys. Give me your license, please. Kylie?
Yes, please. I'm just
You are just, take a deep breath. I want you to pull over right here and go home, okay? Take a deep breath.
I'm shaking.
You may leave. Please turn around. I'm going to stop traffic for you. Go.
It's out of control, and these situations are constant.
are
And of course, this is the culture that these Democrat lies are creating. You got civilians who are being propagandized. They're convinced that they need to stand up, rise as heroes, to resist the ICE Gestapo. Democrats are doing this, and they ought to stop encouraging people to inject themselves into these lawful operations. They ought to tell illegal immigrants, and especially the criminal ones, to not use their children as frickin' props, to not fake medical emergencies, to comply with these ICE agents. But obviously they won't do that because they love the chaos. They love the confusion. They love
the
these
Dems drive
videos
on.
permeating
Their
all over
chaos.
social media, creating these
all
false
they want.
narratives to continue
All they want.
demonizing these ICE agents, to paint this picture of Republican cruelty and Trump fascism.
me.
Meanwhile, these ICE agents continue to do their real job, removing violent offenders from the streets and enforcing immigration law. That's what's happening. And that's, of course, what is purposely being
Correct.
admitted on the left-wing side of the conversation. Ooh, look at the victim. Look at the victim. Oh, he's having a medical episode. They're arresting a woman who stabbed her coworker twice with a knife. That's the freaking headline. That's the story. But if you're on the left, of course, you're living in a complete alternative reality. It's just totally unbelievable. The chaos, the damage that Democrats are causing, the dishonest lengths that they will go to advance their political agenda. It's just unreal. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Yeah, on the next one, liberal hive mind. I like that one, right? There. Oh. Viking versus Norman.
The Supreme Court granting the Trump administration's emergency appeal to temporarily block a court order to fully fund SNAP food aid payments amid the government shutdown.
happy.
The order coming as the
You
Agriculture
happy, be
Department
okay,
was working
please.
to comply with the previous order to provide November
Why?
SNAP benefits.
Your sister's got me
Here to
in. Put on the
react is
side.
Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins. Brooke, it's so great to have you back. We've been talking about ratings. So last week we had you on to talk about SNAP. You posted that. And you got 40 million views. I want to ask you about what's happening with that ruling last night. But tell me why you think that went so viral.
He's got baby hiccups.
Well, it's interesting, Rachel. I have been doing this for a really long time, and we talked about this last Saturday, that, listen, people want the government open. They want those who are the most vulnerable, who are hungry, to make sure that they are fed. That's the SNAP program. But within all of that, the level of fraud and corruption and double dipping and selling benefits is astounding. And I think it hit a nerve with America. To have our discussion, 40 million people watch it about how corrupt the SNAP program is, how we have to fix it. I think just tells you that Americans are paying attention and they're not okay with government as usual. We need to clean the house up, and that's what we're doing.
So the Center for Immigration Studies has found that anywhere from 50 to 60% of households that are headed by illegal immigrants rely on SNAP benefits and other programs similar to that. Is there a problem with that?
Well, we, at almost the very beginning, I think on my first day, I sent a letter to every governor in America saying, send us your data. No illegal aliens
And guess
on
who
any
didn't
SNAP
send
or
it
Food
back?
Stamp or WIC
The
program.
governor of
Period, full stop.
Pennsylvania and a
Everyone
couple
said,
other
no,
Dem
we're not doing that.
governors.
It is illegal. I mean, it is not allowable. However, the 29 states, mostly red states, that sent us their data, what we found was really astounding. And now we're in lawsuits to get the rest of the data so that we can work to fix this. So there is no doubt that there is a massive, massive fraud in the program. But having said that, the Democrats have voted 15 times to not fund SNAP. There are legitimate families in this country that rely on that program to feed their family. We got to get the government open.
Right. So, Madam Secretary, what is your reaction to this judge's ruling?
Well, so last night, just to very quickly summarize for everyone, the Constitution, basically the executive branch takes the money from from Congress, from the legislative branch. This goes back to the very beginning. We just can't create money out of the sky. That's not how the United States work. It's interesting, the No Kings rally, right, where they said, we don't want a king in America, except now they want a king that can create money out of the sky, the clear blue sky. And so a very leftist judge in Rhode Island said, oh, go create the money, everybody, go find it. And then the First Circuit basically agreed with that. But last night, y'all, Judge Ketanji Brown, no great friend of, free market and constitutional government, said, no, we need to stay this for 48 hours. The First Circuit needs to take another good look at this, that this probably is not constitutional. You can't just create money to fund a program that Congress refuses to fund.
All right, Secretary, we want to get to this because President Trump just posted this on social media last night. It says, while cattle prices have dropped substantially, the price of box beef has gone up. Therefore, you know that something is fishy. We will get to the bottom of it very quickly. There is criminality. Those people responsible will pay a steep price. And we're looking at right now on our screen, I don't know if you can see it, just the increase in beef prices, for ground beef or steaks, et cetera. Everyone who goes to the grocery store knows that that's happening. So I want you to address what the president's talking about, possible collusion or monopolies among the meat packers. But then I also want you to address something that we've been talking a lot about on the couch, which is the overregulation of processing, so that I don't personally want my meat brought from like these big, huge slaughterhouses and meat packing places. I want it to come from a small local place, but they're overregulated and they can't compete. So address both of those things.
That's right. Well, a couple of really important points here. First, that the president's promise to Americans to make America affordable again, so that you, as a mom, Rachel, of many children, myself, we are able to put the best food on the table. We can afford it. We don't have to skip over that part of the grocery store because it's too expensive. So that's the first part. The second part is that this president is so focused on American families, the American dream, and American farmers and ranchers. In the last decade, we've lost over 107,000 ranchers in in this country as the entire industry has consolidated. And what the president was talking about yesterday is 85% of our beef in America goes through 4 big companies. 2 of those are not even American-owned companies. So these are massive policy challenges, how much we pay for our beef, where it's sourced from, and whether we've got a national security issue on our hands, right? If you can't feed yourself, you're not secure as a nation. So that's what the president was really focusing on yesterday, and I think it's really, really important. Rachel, to your point, you and I've talked a lot about this, the Make America Healthy Again, how we get better, more nutritious foods. The fact that a cattle rancher in Virginia has to haul his cattle to the middle of the country, Nebraska, to get processed, and then who knows where it goes. We are opening up the markets. We released a pretty significant plan 2 weeks ago, supporting smaller ranchers, supporting local processing. We'll have a lot more coming on that, supporting in-state sales across the state line. USDA doesn't have to be a part of all of that. We can rely on our states to do it.
Amen.
So I'm excited. I think there's so much we're going to be able to do on
We're
this.
excited too. We're obsessed with this. Come back and give us all the updates. We want them.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
I will. Thank y'all.
Thank you so much. All right. I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilby.
And I'm Ainsley Earl.
Chuck Schumer is a disgrace to woodchucks everywhere because he's the only one who can't chuck wood. I know that was cringe, but I'm running out of jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, Chuck literally had to flee the Senate floor because of how much pressure he was under by Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio. Let's take a look at this.
Have you put forward a proposal that we can read that you referenced in your speech, what says a clean continuing resolution with the extension of the ACA Biden COVID credits?
Yes, as we spoke yesterday.
So there is
I will not be interrupted.
No, my question is there a proposal in writing that we can read?
There is a proposal that is very simple. First, you haven't put your proposed ACA, your proposed fix to the ACA, the new one, which Leader Thune has spoken about on the floor.
Well, I thought the Affordable Care Act was almighty and beautiful and perfect. Why does it need to be fixed by Republicans, Chuck?
We can't give you a counter in writing, but it's very simple because we have 2 sentences we would add to any proposal, which would extend the ACA benefits for 1 year. That's all, plain and simple. And the leader can put that in his proposal on opening up the government. So it doesn't need a vote. It can't be blocked by anybody. It's the right thing to do.
It still have no income caps, so people who make $1 million, $2 million, $3 million a year?
As we said, if he would have listened to my speech yesterday, once we pass the 1-year fix, so people right now aren't in difficulty, we would sit and negotiate that. The leader has said he won't negotiate before. We're willing to negotiate once the credits are extended, plain and simple. And we made that in our proposal yesterday.
So for 1 year, people making millions of dollars would still receive these COVID-era subsidies?
The bottom line is the senator from Ohio ignores that 99% of people, you want to hurt people making $10,000, $50,000, $90,000 and hold this up? We can fix what the gentleman said in a negotiation, but don't have people who are every day being hurt by paying thousands of dollars more that they can't afford. I know that the senator from Ohio cares about the billionaires.
He's acting like this proposal needs to go into effect immediately. It doesn't end till December for the insurance. So, no, it doesn't need to be right now, right in this bill. They can negotiate it after this clean resolution goes through. Like, it doesn't need to be a part of this resolution whatsoever. And they're not even putting the proper steps forward to make it into the resolution.
We care about average working people.
No, you don't.
That's so rich coming from Democrats because the Affordable Care Act has made more billionaires richer than any other piece of legislation in modern American history. Did you know that since that act was passed in 2010, I believe, and went into effect a few years later, that big pharma stocks have gone up like 600 plus %? Like, it's not even a competition. Big Pharma has gotten rich off of what Democrats did because they opened the government's checkbook and let those corporations write anything on there.
I yield the floor.
So just to be clear, Ms. President.
Most recognized.
So just to be clear, what you heard from the minority leader was the following. I just want to recap it for those of whom I missed. Number one, he acknowledged that the Democrats have actually not put forward a written proposal that people could look at. Number two, he acknowledged that his plan would be to allow millionaires, let me just say that clearly, people making millions of dollars would receive Biden-era COVID Obamacare subsidies. You heard that right. No income cap. I was going to ask him before he stormed out of the room, because evidently he doesn't want to hear any opposing views or actually engage in meaningful negotiation. He would have heard me ask the next question, Madam President, which is, would he continue $0 premiums, which we know for a fact have enormous levels of fraud? If he had stayed, I would have asked him a third question. Does he want these monies to go directly to insurance companies? Let me repeat that, Madam President, because I don't think the American people have been told the truth here. This money does not go to people on Obamacare. This is a check written from the federal government to the wealthiest insurance companies on the planet. He wants no income caps, millionaires getting COVID subsidies. He wants $0 premiums that are filled with fraud, and he wants to enrich insurance companies even more.
Bernie Moreno is a rock star. So glad Ohio elected him with a staggering margin, ladies and gentlemen. President Trump actually recently came out with a proposal that I think deserves its own video, so I might upload on that. But put it simply, he wants to stop these checks going to corporations and instead go to individuals who can buy their own health care. Imagine Democrats getting forced to vote on the record on not sending handouts to people when that's all they campaign on. So it's now day 38 of this shutdown, and it seems like there's not an end in sight, but progress is being made. I was very happy with the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, saying they're not going to fold to the Democrats. They're not going to force anything that doesn't need to be forced. The Obamacare subsidies, which are only ever going to increase healthcare costs, weren't going to expire in the last fiscal year, which ended in September. They were going to expire in December. So whatever Schumer is doing to justify the shutdown makes no logical sense. Extend the government funding for a few more weeks and then negotiate on actual appropriations. Don't use the CR process to try to extract these kind of concessions out of Republicans. So for once, Republicans are just standing their ground. Flights are getting delayed everywhere. Everyone's looking at Democrats and they know very well it's their fault. All of this is their fault, except a lot of very foolish people on the left. But people in the middle and anyone with common sense understands that we have a system where 60 votes are required to invoke cloture on debate on every bill except when the government is dealing with reconciliation. And Democrats aren't giving up the votes needed to get to 60, so it's all the Democrats' fault. Republicans do this all the time when Democrats are in power. Republicans will give up a few votes and say, all right, well, we'll get a few concessions from you here and there. But Chuck Schumer is saying, we aren't willing to negotiate until we get this. Yeah, but how do we know that you're even going to be negotiating in good faith? Because you're not even saying that you're going to negotiate now about this thing. This is what Bernie Moreno is getting at. There are no income tax on where these subsidies go or who they go to. They technically go to the big corporations, the insurance companies, but they're supposed to go to individuals. Individuals qualify to get them. And he's saying there's no income cap. I thought Democrats were about helping the poor, so they want rich people to be able to just get these subsidies. It wouldn't make sense, right? It wouldn't fall in line with their policy. So he had to run out of there because there was no rebutting that. And the more he was forced to answer questions along those lines, the dumber he looked. This whole process has been illogical, but Democrats have used it to juice up their base to vote for them in the recent elections that took place on Tuesday. You know, it worked. It got a lot of Democrats to vote, but they think this is going to help them in the midterms. They think that the longer the shutdown goes, the more people are going to remember that it was Trump's fault. They have some credibility because they can say that it worked in the past when they shut down the government. Remember, when Trump was in office, Democrats shut down the government in the exact same manner. And I guess you could say momentum shifted to their side. But I think this time around, it's a little different because Trump is a lot more popular. The approval ratings in the last few weeks haven't been so high as they were in the first 6 months of his term. But he's still very popular. He's not a president that people hate as much anymore. Yeah, there are people on the left that just hate his guts, but Trump is in a different place now. So for Democrats to believe they can keep this government shut down, the hatred people have in their hearts for Trump like they did before will.
It's a joke. What? What, baby? What are you looking at? What are you looking for? Are you trying to lay on me? Or are you trying not to lay on me? You trying to control my hand? My hand, actually. Just one. Just one. That's all you got. What? Hey, ladies. She's angry. Angry baby. Angry baby. What are you angry about, my love? What are you angry about? What are you angry about, Ova? You understand? All right. Hey. Hi, lover. How you doing? You good? How you doing, lover? You see him? See George? What do you see? What do you want? What do you look at? What are you doing, lover? Gotcha. Look at you standing. You're strong little babies. Strong little babies. Wait. Wait. Hi. Hi, baby. What? What? Oh. Oh. Eat me alive. Get eaten alive. What are you doing? What are you doing? Mama. Escape, my brother. Hey. Wait. Wait. It's a burp cough. It's not a baby eating cough. It's a burp cough. Not a baby eat cough. Baby eating. Stick everything in her mouth. Everything's. Oh, hi there. What are you doing? You trying to sit? You want to sit down? You want to stand? You want to sit down or stand? Look. Look. Okay. Oh, you're okay. Oh, okay. I'll hold you. Your legs hurting. Is that better? Are you okay? Oh no. What do you want? Mhm. Actually, I gotta go to the bathroom. Where'd my can go, Eli? She's not a fan of the bad peoples. You might want to just move around. You might want to just move around. You want to move around? You want to move around? Yeah, you want to move around, huh? How do you want to move? Want to be in a stroller? Want to be in mom's arms? Or you want to be in your swing?
Or do you want brother to
Happy with the way you hold your thumb underneath her armpit. I don't think she really likes it too long.
Work is short-sighted. It's a dumb strategy because they're going to come to find out that in the summer of 2026, when the country and the economy and the labor market are kind of starting to rebound from the losses, from the layoffs, the artificial intelligence that is causing all sorts of disruptions in that market, when those things start getting fixed and people start seeing a future with the country again, consumer confidence goes up, investors are more confident in investing in the country. Any uncertainties about tariffs have been cleared up. Guess what? Everyone's going to know it's Trump that's responsible for any growth. They're going to credit him 100%. Due to the fact that he completely shifted the nation's economic policy. Democrats think, oh yeah, if we shut down the government for 2 months, it's really going to hurt Republicans, but November next year, let's see what happens, right? We're 11 months away, over 11 months away from that election. The midterms are very important. I don't want to see Trump getting impeached in the last 2 years of his administration. I wouldn't be shocked if they tried to impeach Vance and everyone else in Trump's cabinet just to taint their name and destroy their reputations. So let's see what happens. Chuck is definitely getting scared and closer to folding completely. And I think that folding is going to be complete any day now. Thank you all very much for watching. God bless and goodbye.
Yeah, we'll make sure.
Our favourite time of the week to talk to our favourite person in the world.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. We have some new information that has been released in the form of photos by the United States military that show just how close American bombers are to Venezuelan airspace, testing Venezuelan airspace. The photos are absolutely incredible, as well as we have more updates on ship movements, the Venezuelans continuing to try to get planes in the air, as well as the U.S. possibly eyeing new locations in Venezuela, in the region to put more resources in. We have a flood of new information. This is insane. It continues to develop. We are continuing to bring you the news. Before we get into it, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys absolutely nothing at all. Huge, huge boost to the channel. Comment with your thoughts below. How do you want to see the situation end? How do you think the situation will end? Let me know in the comments below. Hit that notifications bell. All notifications turn on. You won't miss a single thing. And then right here, bottom of the screen, Instagram, David_Hookstead, X, D Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. If you have any tips or anything, please reach out and let me know. Now, let's jump right into it. So let me get this on the screen for you. So this was from a couple days ago. And what you're looking at here is when the United States flew a pair of B-52 bombers down to Venezuela. At the time, we did not know where the B-52s originated from. We did not know what base they came from. We didn't know what path they took. And the reason why is, as you can see on the screen here, they only flipped their transponders on once getting near Aruba and Curacao. Then they flew south. They then turned east and flew the entire coastline of Venezuela. These flights were being tracked by thousands and thousands of people with flight tracking data. The internet was paying attention. It was a clear show of strength to the Venezuelan government and the dictatorship of Nicolas Maduro. And as I like to say, our problem is not with the good people of Venezuela. We like the good people of Venezuela. We want the good people of Venezuela to live happy lives. Our problem is with the regime and the dictatorship of Nicolas Maduro. That's who we're coming after. That's who we plan to stop. That's who we plan to crush. And, you know, he should pack his bags. More on that later in the video. So this kind of took the internet by storm. This was the fourth time, I'll say again, the fourth time the United States had done this. A couple weeks ago, we did it with B-52s. Then we did a second and third simulated bombing strike with B-1 Lancers, which, of course, are high-speed strategic bombers, great planes, great bombers. And then this week with the B-52s. A lot of questions about it again. No one knew where they came from. No one knew the flight path, any of that stuff. And now I'm going to put this on the screen for you. This was released on November 7th, the afternoon of November 7th. It says so this is coming from the Air Force Global Strike Command. It says Team Minot, that is a base in North Dakota. So we now know the bombers came from North Dakota. Navigate the Southcom area of responsibility and conduct aerial refueling with a MacDill Air Force Base KC-135. Of course, that is the refueling tanker on November 6th. U.S. STRATCOM units routinely conduct global operations in coordination with other combat commands, services, participating U.S. government agencies to defend the U.S. and its allies. So let's look at these photos. So right here on the screen, you see a B-52 bomber being refueled mid-flight on the trip to Venezuela. Here, you see the B-52 on the bottom. You see the KC-135 up on top, getting ready to refuel, or they just finished refueling, one of the two. And then right here, this is the picture I want you to focus on. This is a big one. Right here, you see the B-52 bomber. You see the big bad boy right here. And then right here, you see land. Now, look at how close they are. Look at how close this bomber is to this piece of land. Some of you might be asking, well, what is this piece of land? Well, that has been figured out. I'm going to put this up on the screen for you. This piece of land that you see on the top here is Paraguayana Peninsula. Now, for those of you wondering what Paraguayana Peninsula is, it is part of Venezuela. It is Venezuelan airspace. I'm going to get this ready for you here. It is Venezuelan airspace. And that is how close the planes were, right there. So this is, I mean, I can't say it, you got 12 miles. That's your airspace restriction. I would say this plane is probably at 12.1. It is right on the edge of Venezuelan airspace. And I'm going to show this to you all right now. This is this little area right here. This is where the bombers were. Right here. Right off the edge of this. Getting about as close as you can get without entering Venezuelan airspace. So if you zoom out, there's Venezuela. You have that red area right there. Let's see if I can put a pin on it. So I'm going to try to zoom out. We'll see if the pin shows up. Right. Okay, perfect. So that pin that you see there, that is the area of Venezuela in that photo. So I'll put the photo back up here. That's how close, ladies and gentlemen, the American bombers got to Venezuela. Maybe hundreds of yards outside Venezuelan airspace. These guys are not playing games at all. This is incredibly bold, incredibly gutsy. And what we're doing here is we're testing Venezuelan air defenses. These planes and the F-35 escorts, which you don't see in the photos, are equipped with sensors that can draw out signals and information. And when air defense networks go live, they can soak up that information. They're going to know where it is. Why are you doing that? You're doing it so that if you decide that you want to drop bombs, cruise missiles, you can wipe up their air defenses with cruise missiles before the bombers come in. But we've got more. More naval ships have arrived in Puerto Rico. Says the U.S. Navy San Antonio class landing platform dock USS Fort Lauderdale has arrived in the port of Ponce earlier this morning. This is her first port call in the Caribbean after arriving back from NS Mayport. This was on November 8th. So this is November 8th. Another U.S. Navy ship has arrived in Puerto Rico. And then right here, it says U.S. Marine. Hold on one second. It says U.S. Marine Corps F-35B Lightning II aircraft conducting routine flying operations in the Southcom area responsibility. U.S. military forces are deployed to the Caribbean in support of Southcom mission, Department of War directed operations, and POTUS priorities to disrupt illicit drug trafficking and protect the homeland. This, again, is from November 8th. Why is this important? I've said it before. I'll say it again. You don't need F-35s to blow up drug boats. You need F-35s to, one, escort the bombers, which they are doing, and two, enter hostile airspace, defeat air defenses, protect any bombers that are coming in. We saw this in Iran when they used F-22s and F-35s to escort the B-2 bombers to come in to wipe out the Iranian nuke sites. So again, more signals are being sent that this is not just about drug boats. It's not just about drug boats. This is about going after Maduro. No question about it. And then right here, I'm going to put this on the screen for you. Make sure it's ready to go. Venezuela continues to fly fighter jets around its airspace. You can see the source of this is a great Twitter account. It's Arrecho, I believe is how that's pronounced. It says, now what's interesting here is we thought that the Venezuelans only had 3 operational F-16s. As you can see in this video, there's 4. And that leads me to this. So this apparently, what you're looking at here, apparently is the last known location of the USS Gerald Ford strike group. It is now set to see it appears into the Atlantic. And that means we probably won't have any more photos or information of it until it arrives in the Caribbean. And that could be within a few days, 4 to 5 days. Now, with that happening, I'm going to put this up on the screen. This is from the War Zone. Let me get this set up for you. Hold on one second. So right here, what you're looking at, it says U.S. examining sites to send additional military assets to the Caribbean. While it is unknown what Trump's military plans are for Venezuela, it appears the U.S. military buildup in the Caribbean will continue. So this is from the War Zone. The Trump administration's goal for ongoing enhanced narcotics missions in the Caribbean, also aimed at Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro, remains unclear. Strikes on the South American nation appear to be off the table for now, but other options reportedly remain. And I disagree with that. I think we are very close to striking Venezuela. I think there's a lot of smoke and mirrors going on, but I think we're closer than not to dropping bombs. Strikes on the South American nation appear to be, I just read that. Regardless, U.S. military presence in the region and the interdiction campaign it's executing may still grow further. It says there are site surveys ongoing to see if more military assets should be sent to the region. A U.S. official told the War Zone Friday morning. The official offered no details about what kinds of equipment or timeline for a decision. We reached out to the Pentagon for more details, and we'll update this story for any pertinent information provided. So the Pentagon right now is looking at other countries in the region, other staging areas in the region, and trying to figure out where are we going to put more weapons? Where are we going to flood more supplies? Where can we build up the military even more in the region? I can't stress this enough, folks. This is not about drug boats anymore. We can hit the drug boats with drones all day long. You don't need warships. You don't need an aircraft carrier. This is about, beyond any shadow of a doubt, swinging for the fence and going for Maduro. And the fact they are loading up more weapons and they're trying to find more allied countries that we can put troops in and we can put naval vessels in and we can put air assets in only further proves that we want Maduro gone. Got to get a little bit of my energy drink. We're all getting fired up. And why does that matter? Well, let me put this on the screen for you from The Atlantic. I've showed this in a couple pieces. It appears Maduro might be getting ready to flee as he realizes he has no ability to fight the United States military. It says Maduro, this is from The Atlantic again, Maduro would be open to a managed exit if the United States provides amnesty for him and his top lieutenants, lifts its bounties, and facilitates a comfortable exile. People who have dealings with the Caracas regime say if there's enough pressure and if there's enough candy in the dish, the person who speaks to officials in both countries said everything is on the table with Maduro. So Maduro is starting to wake up to reality. And he's realizing a fight between the United States and America is going to last hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, maybe a day or two if the Venezuelans are lucky. He can talk tough all he wants. But at the end of the day, he knows that if bombs start falling, it is game over for Venezuela. If bombs start falling, it is game over for the Maduro regime. The regime that has allowed the Iranians, the Russians, the Chinese to have a forward operating base essentially in our hemisphere. We're done. We are done with Maduro. And we're going to send the signals that he is on his way out and he can either leave with his life or he can be killed by the U.S. military in a blitzkrieg style, shock and awe style military campaign. And for anyone offended that I said blitzkrieg, that is a military term for when you just go as fast as you can. And that's what the United States military will absolutely do in a conflict with Maduro. So right now, we just now have confirmation from the U.S. military that our bombers were maybe within hundreds of yards of Venezuelan airspace. And we now know we are flooding even more ships into the region. The Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group could show up at any point in time. This situation is building up to be something huge. And I think anyone reading the tea leaves and looking at the pieces can tell Maduro is going to get toppled. Now, when he gets toppled is a different question. I don't think it's going to be tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be this weekend, but it's probably sooner than later. I think that by early 2026, you're probably going to have new leadership in Venezuela. That's just the reality of the situation. That's my prediction. Predictions can change, but I want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments below. How long can Maduro stick around? Will we overthrow him? Let me know in the comments below. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys absolutely nothing at all. Huge, huge, huge boost to the channel. Hit that notifications bell. All notifications turn on. You won't miss a thing. Yeah, and then right here.
I do think it's going to happen sooner than later. I think it's going to be anytime Sunday to Thursday is when they'll strike. I know that's a large time frame, but oh no, is the BBC going to get sued?
But first, if you thought our national broadcaster here in Australia was bad, spare a thought for our friends in the UK who must fund the outrageously biased BBC.
The BBC claims to be the pinnacle of impartial reporting, but what if there was an internal dossier that revealed that wasn't the case? The Telegraph has seen a letter that reveals one of the BBC's own independent advisors repeatedly warned that the broadcaster had serious and systemic problems. A week before the US election, BBC Panorama released a documentary called Trump: A Second Chance, and in it, they played the following clip.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you, and we fight. We fight like hell.
But Trump didn't, in fact, say this at all. The BBC spliced together two clips that took place 54 minutes apart.
It was powerful reporting by the Telegraph which exposed that taxpayer dollars were funding the doctoring of videos designed to influence people ahead of the election. So what did Trump actually say?
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you.
Now, see there, between Capitol and, that's a cut. Here's what Trump actually said.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
It's different. It wasn't until nearly an hour later that he then said the second part of the BBC's version.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol and we fight. We fight like hell.
Now, you may disagree with the fact that Trump challenged the election result, but that does not give one of the world's biggest newsrooms the right to doctor footage and change reality. And back here in Australia, our taxpayer-funded ABC does this sort of sleight of hand often. Remember this?
I mean, I never even knew they did something.
Hello and welcome to Four Corners. Tonight we begin our special three-part investigation into the story of the century, the election of US President Donald Trump and his ties to Russia. Since his inauguration, President Trump has been caught up in a rolling series of allegations. More than a year ago, Special Prosecutor Robert Mueller was appointed to investigate Russian efforts to interfere in the 2016 election and whether Trump or his campaign officials helped them.
The allegations that Trump and Putin worked together to steal an election have been thoroughly debunked, but the ABC has never corrected the record. The BBC is right now facing calls for political inquiries over its shameful disinformation, and I think it's time we had one right here in Australia as well. Well, joining me this week to discuss is Sky News contributor James Bolt and the Institute of Public Affairs Research Fellow Mia Schlicht. Now, James, what do you make of this? It appears to be a decision knowingly to push these two clips together to make it look like Donald Trump was encouraging violence.
Yeah, it's tough to look into the soul of someone that I've never met, the person who put it together. But you can see the process of someone who is so anti-Trump and is so anti what happened on Jan 6 that they go, okay, well, when Trump spoke, what were the 3 points that came out of it? The fact that he wanted people to march in the Capitol, the fact that he said we need to fight like hell, and then, you know, the spliced in footage of Proud Boys marching, which it turns out happened before Trump even spoke. So you can see just someone going, okay, well, maybe, you know, he didn't say it in the concurrent, but that was the theme, and therefore it's journalism to say that. But it's not what he said, and that's the important thing. So when any media organisation is found to be reporting stuff or misleading their viewers, it's a bad thing. But when it's a taxpayer-funded organisation and you've got British taxpayers funding their own misinformation, that's a next level. So well done to the Telegraph for finding this, well done to them for reporting it, but I think the British people need complete transparency on what else, punishment-wise, what else, editorial guidelines going forward, what else is going to come from this investigation that's going to make sure it doesn't happen again. Because if you're paying for something, you deserve a better product than misinformation.
Yeah, well said. Mia, welcome back to the show. Let's bring you in here. The BBC, I mean, does it serve a functional purpose in society anymore? Or is it just completely captured by ideology?
Yeah, look, very similar to the situation with the ABC here. No, I don't think it really does serve a person anymore, and it's why people are switching off in droves. It's why their ratings are in freefall, because people don't trust what they're hearing from it. We've had situations like this happen time and time again, and so people kind of know what they're getting from the BBC and the ABC, and it's never the full picture. You never get the full picture from the ABC, but what really concerns me is not only does the ABC and the BBC spread disinformation themselves, but particularly here with the ABC, they actually position themselves as the arbiters of truth. And we've seen that when they established the ABC Fact Check organisation, which was closely aligned with the RMIT one, which you, Jack, did a fantastic job of pointing out the bias of these fact checkers. But that's what really concerns me, is not only are they contributing to misinformation out there, but they want to control what everyone else is saying as well.
Yeah, such a good point. Well, staying on the BBC, management have reprimanded a presenter for changing a script to say pregnant women rather than pregnant people, which is a dangerous woke trans ideology phrase.
London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine has released research which says that nearly 600 heat-related deaths are expected in the UK. Malcolm Mystery, who is involved in the research, says that the aged, pregnant people, women, and those with pre-existing health conditions need to take precautions.
So rather than investigating the people who literally doctor vision, The BBC, went after this woman, Martine Croxall, and look how slippery these activists are. Her own organisation published this story smearing her. Martine Croxall broke rules over pregnant people facial expression, BBC says. That's right. They say her face betrayed her neutrality on a controversial topic. Let's bring the panel back in. James, all of a sudden it's controversial to know correct biology and that women can be pregnant. That, to me, was hilarious that they thought that was a controversial point. But imagine if we here at Sky didn't like something you did and we published a story about you saying we were reprimanding you for rolling your eyes.
And the most extraordinary part is that BBC article, if you read it, they've got 2 corrections printed down the bottom, so they didn't even do a good job of smearing their own reporter. There's so many things that are interesting.
Is that right? I didn't see that.
There's so many things that are interesting about this. One, that 30 complaints were made and then the BBC decided to look into this. Now, I remember when that clip surfaced at the time, the amount of people in favour of this presenter probably outnumbered 30, I would say, from the amount of social media traffic I saw, J.K. Rowling chiming in. It was a big number of people supporting. So I think that's a wake-up call for the BBC to say, hey, the people that pay our salaries, they want their news reported in a certain way and we're not providing it. The second thing is, so she's said, okay, well, I actually think, yes, she is showing her bias when she makes that facial expression. Sure. But I think the act of putting in a script pregnant people is in itself showing bias on a controversial topic. That is something that we've understood about pregnant women for thousands of years.
It's a position. It's a position.
You are taking a position when you say pregnant people. So is the person
She's
that wrote
actually
that script,
balancing out
you would think,
an activist position.
So is the person who wrote the script also under investigation for taking one side on a controversial topic?
Such a good point. Mia, the eye roll punishment is so funny to me. I don't think I've ever seen that before. But what do you make of this story?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one before either. But look, for me, this was really alarming because it was a health message. And as a woman, this is where I start getting really worried. When this kind of ideology takes over to the point that healthcare messaging to women, the ideology takes priority over that. And that's where I'm really concerned. But I just want to reiterate James's point, about the kind of support that this BBC presenter got following what she said on TV. So following what she said, she's gained about tens of thousands of followers on social media. And finally, people are saying, great, we have someone who is speaking in normal terms, who is actually saying what we think. Meanwhile, you've got BBC management there who are the ones trying to shut her down. And that's the same problem we have in the ABC, right, where we've got people in management who just don't represent the views of mainstream Australians. So, for example, here in the ABC, over the last year, they spent $8.3 million on audience research to try and fix their ratings. Well, I'll give them some advice for free. Stop shoving this woke ideology down our throats. That's why we're turning off, because we don't agree with it and we don't want to listen to it anymore.
That's such a good point. I shouldn't laugh. That's taxpayer funds. That could be going to homeless shelters, etc. And they're asking people what they think of it. It's so ludicrous. Well, it's a really good time then to go to this next story, because the most incompetent man in Australian journalism, ABC News boss Justin Stevens, who has presided over some of the most unbelievable editorial failures in recent years, well, he's getting more cash than ever before from you. Huge pay bump from ABC News director Justin Stevens revealed after scandal-ridden year for broadcaster. Now, Stevens' total taxpayer-funded package is up by $110,000, even though the ABC has stuffed up multiple lawsuits, defamed people, and even faked gunshots over footage of a well-known soldier to make it look like he was shooting at unarmed civilians. The shots sounded as his gun moved over the screen. Now, it was diabolical editing that Justin Stevens says was no one's fault really, just an accident. The latest ABC annual report shows that Stevens' package was now $667,000. That's nearly $700,000 to swan around newsrooms, hurting our country with fake narratives. James, bring you into this story. Justin Stevens, getting paid that sort of money, you would think there would be a degree of accountability that would come with a salary. With that much money going to one man whose job is to make sure that the news is abiding by the charter, it's legally sound, you're not getting sued, You're not sacking people illegally like Antoinette Lattouf. You're not breaking all of these rules. It's extraordinary that his total package then increases. And just, I think the point is, $110,000 increase from a package point of view. How many Australians earn less than $110,000?
Well, that's the thing. First things is I don't want to hear from the ABC,
we don't have enough money.
Yeah, give us some more money. Because clearly you've got enough money.
They're just not good at spending what they've already got.
So maybe have some look internally. The second thing is I hope that this pay rise comes with the proviso that Justin Stevens must turn up to Senate estimates. I know we've covered this on the media show before, but in a recent Senate estimates where the ABC had to be presented in front of senators to ask questions about ABC News editorial coverage, Justin Stevens was not there. There were so many questions about their coverage of domestic violence in the Northern Territory, for instance, so many other important political issues. And Justin Stevens is not there to talk about why the ABC didn't cover Hamas execution at the same time that we recognise Palestinian statehood. They're the questions that we need. They're the questions that you would hope that much of taxpayer funding is going towards accountability for. And so if he does earn the money, and I'm not going to begrudge anyone earning money, but if you do earn the money, you have to turn up to Senate estimates.
Yeah, well, I do think in this situation, maybe Hugh Marks didn't want him there, and maybe he's on the outs, and I wouldn't be surprised if they got someone else to do that job very quickly, because there are so many issues, and it is so public, these issues as well. It has damaged the ABC's reputation. But Mia, let's bring you in. Yeah, obviously, good on people earning a good wicket. A pity that it's coming at the expense of news quality and then the taxpayer's wallet, though.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to shame anyone for the amount they earned, but I just want to know what his KPIs were here. What was it he meant? Was it poorer ratings, fewer viewers, poorer journalistic standards? Like that's what we've seen achieved here at the ABC, and he's been rewarded for all of that. But to be honest, this makes so much more sense to me, because only could a person earning that much money for doing such a poor job could run an organisation like the ABC that is so out of touch with mainstream Australia. It just makes far more sense now.
Yeah, he'd never be able to get a job like that in the private sector, that's for sure.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Expect to hear a lot about the January 6th pipe bomber in the coming days, because a bombshell report has just dropped from the Blaze after an extensive series of interviews and investigations. They have named a suspect, and it is worse than I could have possibly imagined what they have found. Ladies and gentlemen, the chief of police for the Capitol Police, his name is Stephen Sund. He's a regular guest on my program. He's a good and honorable man. He has released his phone records showing that he was constantly and consistently
you don't have to be here,
denied
Mr.
help
Trump
on
lover.
January 6th. Why would you do that if the Capitol was truly under existential attack? And why did he need so much help? Because his resources, his police officers, were pulled away from the Capitol when there was a riot at the Capitol. Why were his police forces, which were already depleted, pulled away? Because there was the discovery of 2 bombs. And so Capitol Police flooded the zone around the DNC and the RNC, taking them away from the United States Capitol, leaving it incredibly vulnerable for a riot or for, I don't know, other federal agents to break into the Capitol. I guess we will find out, ladies and gentlemen. Stephen Sund said in the first iteration of the report from the Blaze, the pipe bombs were discovered at the perfect timing to distract, divide, and deplete. The American people demand the truth soon. Those responsible must be held accountable. The pipe bombs were discovered at the perfect timing to distract and deplete my resources so that the Capitol could be stormed. And now Steve Baker, investigative reporter from The Blaze, has this report out.
I haven't had the lasagna or the noodles
I am
yet,
simply
but
going to read you the
cheesy bread.
report. I have called the FBI. I have called the DOJ. I have spoken with Steve Baker about this report. He stands by every word of it. I'm going to call all these allegations at this point, but he's identified who he believes is the pipe bomber and is a member of the Capitol Police. This is just the biggest scandal in conspiracy in American history, period. Many heroes involved in bringing this to light. Some we will name in the coming days. somewhat known
That dude
recognition.
has any
And
actual
there's so
arguments,
much
or
more
he's
yet
just
to be
full
told
hate.
about the story. So it sounds like more is coming. The Blaze Media. A former Capitol Police officer, forensic match for January 6th pipe bomber, sources say.
It's good.
Forensic analysis of a female U.S. Capitol Police officer's gait is 94 to 98% match to a unique stride of a long-sought January 6th pipe bomber suspect, according to the Blaze investigation, confirmed several intelligence sources. The source close to the congressional investigation of January 6th additionally told the Blaze that new evidence has emerged recently that pointed towards law enforcement being involved in the planting of the pipe bombs. They were effing in on it. I've read this report twice, and I'm going to give you the TLDR. The TLDR is that this report alleges that Shawnee Ray Kirchhoff, 31, of Alexandria, Virginia, matches the exact style of walking and a very specific limp based on an injury that she received when she was a soccer player. And that the behavior of Shawnee Ray Kirchhoff during January 6th and her future employment at the CIA point to her involvement here. The mystery around this then, of course, re-centralizes on, wait a second, if Capitol Hill police officers were planting bombs, what does that mean? Who was ordering that? And what they're using to find this conclusion is the height of Shawnee Ray Kirchhoff. The FBI says that the bomber is 5'7". We have long said on the program, well, it might be a woman then, because the average height of a woman in America is 5'8", between 5'8" and 5'7", depending on the source. Men are taller.
A lot of short
and
men
that
out
would be
there,
a
though, making
smaller, much
lot of
smaller man.
injuries.
And then two, well, this might have been something to ensure that people got thrown off the trail.
Mm-hmm.
Because quite frankly, planting pipe bombs is just not the behavior of women. Violent activity is predominantly the behavior of men when it comes to criminal violence. And so was this a tactic? I'm not sure. Let's read. The suspect's zone on the video, the veteran analysis from the Blaze says that visual observations, they compared video, they compared video of her walking during January 6th with the walking of her on the pipe bomb videos. Kirchhoff was a Capitol Police officer, 4.5 years, left the department in mid-2021, right after January, literally the same year, months after January 6th, for the CIA. Goodness gracious. In that job, she serves as a dignitary protection teams, including for CIA Director John Ratcliffe. Kirchhoff's resident in Alexandria, Virginia, appeared under the watch of law enforcement officers on Friday night. Blaze News editor Christopher Bedford was pulled over by a local police officer after stopping to observe the home. He was then allowed to leave. Goodness gracious. The FBI failed to solve the case for nearly 5 years, but indicated that it was closing in after the Blaze brought the investigation intelligence sources to its feet, the Falls Church address of the pipe bombing suspect days after January 6th. Former FBI Special Agent Kyle Sefrin realized Friday that he was doing surveillance next door to the woman that it was suspected of being the pipe bomber. He was then sent off the case. He was called off the case. So here's what they're doing. They're finding footage of Kirchhoff, and they're comparing it to the pipe bomber, and they're saying it is a 98% match. So Kyle Sefrin is saying that the FBI effectively misdirected him and his team, and then yanked them from the case when they got too close. Gait analysis. This is effectively saying that there was a 100%, like nearly 100% gait analysis, and they have crystal clear video of the officer on January 6th. And then what they're saying here, this is very interesting, is that this is being compared to video that we haven't seen before, that was acquired by a source that has much clearer video than the FBI has released, and many have speculated that the FBI has doctored the actual footage in order to make it harder to determine gait and how this individual is walking. So that they've taken frames out or they've destabilized the videos. Very interesting. Blaze News approached numerous intelligence officials 2 weeks ago with questions of the findings of the investigation based on the description, behavior, suspected bomber, distinctive walk, slight limp, frame, and other factors. Footage of the pipe bombing suspect walking with a backpack on night of 5th compared to January 6th security video. Kirchhoff, various places on Capitol grounds, footage of her playing professional soccer in Ohio. The pipe bomb video that the Blaze used in its analysis was not footage released by the FBI. Video sleuth embarked on more than a year-long investigation told the Blaze that the footage made public by the FBI was manipulated to downsample frame rate. Although it shows the same scene as the FBI video clip, the clip used by the Blaze came from another source and is demonstrably clearer and with much smoother motion. This is just wild.
Crazy.
The possible solutions to the pipe bomb mystery could have far-reaching reverberations. Several officers familiar with the government's investigative efforts said new work is urgently needed to determine whether there were co-conspirators who aided and abetted the crimes and why this Capitol police officer would be planting bombs. I mean, I think we know why. Chris Wray obviously covered this up, and the FBI was just not solving the pipe bomb mystery. It was carrying out the largest investigation in history to hunt down the thousands of Americans who rioted at the Capitol. And this ultimately is very, very strange. The reactions after the bomb was discovered indicates that there was foreknowledge of this, and that perhaps the bomb had been just recently planted, in fact. Because when the Secret Service was notified of the bomb, nobody did anything. Kamala Harris was in the building, nobody did anything. Secret Service continued to eat their lunch after the bomb was discovered. They let trains pass by and children pass by the building. Nobody did anything. This goes through into the stalled investigation, all of the cover-up, and then goes into who Kirchhoff is. Born in November 1993, Hamilton, Ohio, youngest of 3 daughters, and she was a soccer star who broke her tibia and then developed a very specific style of walking and movement, and she was hired by the Capitol Police in 2018. She testified in a January 6th criminal trial that she applied for the current job, left the United States Capitol Police in good standing. The Capitol Police did not respond to the report, neither did the FBI and DOJ.
Wait, was she the one that
good standing? A January 6th criminal trial.
This is going to sound so demented when I say this, but I'm grateful that I broke my leg. The simple news because I wouldn't have pursued
that she applied for the current job, left the United States Capitol Police in good standing. The Capitol Police did not respond to the report, neither did the FBI and DOJ. The FBI and DOJ has simply stated to me that this is an ongoing investigation. That's it. They cannot confirm or deny any of this. So here's what I'll say. If this is in fact true, it is the biggest bombshell cover-up criminal scandal certainly in modern American history. These are all allegations based on this report. And
I'm going to get a refill.
We're going to wait for further information. But this is critically important, and we're going to stay on this story. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe. See ya.
So that's who they suspect. Some lady. Oh.
For the past 15 or so years, Twitch has been the dominant gaming streaming platform, and as well as streaming in general, although in the past few years, YouTube and TikTok and even Kick a little bit have started to catch up. And actually this year, during Q3, for the first time ever as a long-form streaming platform, Twitch dropped below 50% market share. Here's a little graphic from Stream Hatchet to help make things a little bit easier for you, being able to see where we're at. Twitch has not dropped below this number ever, and there's a few reasons you could say for it, including how they tried to crack down on view bots, although realistically it appears they might have just actually turned off lurkers for a lot of streamers, because most of the streamers who seem to be affected are the streamers between the 50 to 200 viewer range, where they really can notice if just like their viewer count drops by a few people. Meanwhile, the biggest streamers on the platform, who largely have those accusations towards them, and some have even kind of openly talked about doing it, have seen absolutely no change in their view counts. So it seems Twitch absolutely failed on the view count department, and that could be attributing to why they've lost a good chunk of their market share. But that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for this. A tweet that they just dropped, which I thought was very interesting. Sorry, wrong one. This one, I actually pulled up these two as well, because you'll notice they look very similar, as this one's from October 18th, where the Amiru incident happened at TwitchCon, as well as the first apology tweet that happened after. Here's the third one, that just went out today, which I thought was very interesting. And it's kind of getting spoiled a little bit by a tweet here at the bottom. But basically they go on to then apologize again for what they failed to do at TwitchCon and how they're trying to make it better by, in recognition of Emiru's advocacy, Twitch will making a donation to support nonprofit organizations working to prevent sexual violence. And it was actually followed by a tweet from Dan Clancy, who is the CEO. If you don't remember from that whole saga, Dan basically went on a interview after the incident and basically implied that it was Emiru's fault for cultivating a community like that and should have banned her from her chat, or ban the individual from her chat. If you know anything about streaming in the year of 2025 at all, you know that that's not how that works, and that would not do anything. And putting the blame on her is absolutely fucking stupid, and it's even stupider coming from the CEO of the largest streaming platform currently on the planet. But this is the thing I thought was very interesting. So he goes on to basically say that he's sorry and that he could have done better with what he was saying, and that he has a great deal of empathy for creators such as Emiru, and that he basically let Twitch down, and that they're working to improve it for the future and show up better to make people, you know, try to build some trust in Twitch once again. And I find it very, very interesting that they're doing that right now, weeks later. As right now we're in Q4. Now, Q4, if you've worked in any marketing or content or anything in that aspect, you know Q4 is a big deal for many companies because that's when they spend big money, especially on ads, as they try to capture that holiday season Christmas market and people spending for the holidays. Twitch has started to see over the last couple of years a little bit of a dip. Right, there was the whole adpocalypse last year, and overall, I can tell you as a streamer myself, I've definitely noticed a bit of a decline. Maybe part of that's from the lurkers not counting as well, but at least in my own experience, that's all I can tell you. Hey, don't come from me. I'm just the messenger on that department telling you my experience. Interestingly, though, they waited a few weeks till after the event to say, oh yeah, we're working on it again. And basically said we're going to pledge some money to a cause to, you know, support those that are affected by sexual assault, violence, and, you know, try to make things right. And I don't think they could have picked a worse time, genuinely. And I think that maybe they were even getting pressured by Big Daddy Amazon potentially to be like, hey guys, let's fix that, especially right now. And you might be saying, well, why do you think that's a bad time? Well, chat, I don't think you guys might not know. And I mean by chat, Twitch might not know. They've been coming out of a lot of fire recently because this creator, Nina Lin, got banned last week. You see the post is from October 30th. I think this was the second ban. The first one was only a day. This one, which actually, as of today, was an unban, was for 2 different clips where she had assaulted male streamers on camera. Granted, this is not my territory. I don't go down this road very often. It's not stuff I really look into that much. I know lots of shit happens on Twitch. I'm not really the best reporter of those kinds of incidents, and I want to acknowledge that. However, though, I can't help but sit here and basically just rub my temples, rub my eyes, and go, you're clearly in hot water somewhere. Right? Having the CEO go onto Twitter and grovel 3 weeks after the event's over, where everyone's, for better or for worse, kind of moved on because other headlines have taken over, to then put out the tweets and say, hey, we're apologizing for this thing. We want to be better and support those who are affected by sexual violence on the same day that you unban someone who's done it twice and only gave them a 7-day ban. I don't get it. I don't understand what you're doing at that point.
They don't react to SA very well at all.
Twitch is a bit of an easy quote unquote target, maybe, to talk about, you know, you should be doing better. As a streamer myself, I can't help but look at this right now and be like, what do we do, right? It seems like every platform has issues. With Twitch, you go into Twitch and you see things that are happening like this right now. You see if you're especially if you have like a lot of lurkers in your chat, you may have noticed that your view counts have been lower, even if your chat experience is about the same and all your analytics look about the same. Meanwhile, the people who actually view bot and actually cheat their way to the top continue to rake in millions and also continue to thrive. And a lot of times too, it's actually even more dark than that. A lot of times creators that are growing or are at the top, a lot of times the reason why you see them everywhere is endless clip farms and having actual entire networks of clippers to basically repost their content a million times over. And unless you're someone that has all those types of resources, you're like, man, how do I keep up with that? How am I supposed to keep up with these people in an attention-based economy? And it's even worse than that now with Twitch. For those who don't know, Twitch has implemented a new feature called Stream Together. Granted, it's been around for a while, but people didn't really use it because the only way it would work is if you combined your chats. And combining multiple chats together sometimes doesn't work out. I don't do it very often because my chatbot is actually just the most evil and apparently supreme overlord of all chatbots. And my chatbot will ban other people's chatbots. I've seen it happen. It's funny as shit. That said, though, there's been an update where you don't have to do that anymore. What you see accounts doing is they team up with 5 or 6 other streamers, and they don't even stream together sometimes. They all just boost themselves to the top. And Twitch is a kingmaker platform where if you're at the top, everyone sees you. Once you get past that first row, you're basically gone. And so you see that. You see the rise of 24/7 channels, which I have one as well, because everyone has been doing them and using them, but they take it even a step further where they'll collaborate with other 24/7 channels and try to take over the top of categories or try to do it with their own channel. So they have maximum viewership going into each other. And then you have all of these issues where the platform basically only takes action. Twitter gets mad or Reddit gets mad, and they're so flippy floppy with what they end up deciding to do. You're like, what the fuck's going on here? Then you go to YouTube, and YouTube, granted, I think is probably the best one right now. Granted, the discoverability is kind of horrible, but that's the whole point of the videos and the shorts. And apparently they also have now short streaming, but I haven't done that myself, and I don't know how it works. Streaming on TikTok is fucking horrendous. You deal with every 10 seconds some 7-year-old iPad user swinging by and dropping some slurs, or you swear too many times and daddy TikTok gets mad at you and takes you out of the algorithm, or you just get banned for like someone randomly reporting you. And then you have Kick, which obviously has its reputation for gambling and lots of degenerate shit that's happened there. And so as a streamer, you sit there and you just go like, where do you go? What do you do? And it makes me really sad to see stuff like this, where it's like, it almost seems like it's kind of pandering to people saying, oh, like, we're going to try to be better. And you choose to do it weeks later and also the same day that you're unbanning someone.
I can't edit video clips or anything like that. It takes me too long and I can't focus on them long enough to like listen through, clip things, stitch them together and do all that. I've done a few videos, but like, I'm not consistent enough with making videos. And I should be. Oh, look, a hair. No. It's been like every meal. Yeah. Every dinner that you made. Yeah. 3 times. Past 3 days.
For that exact reason. I'm just gonna show you the clip, man. You tell me what you see.
W chat. I want to say W chat. So all the haters
An ignorant woman.
suck my dick. Word 2. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you bitches, bro. You bitches not me. Y'all been through nothing that I've been through. Fuck you. This ain't the worst it's ever been. I'm not gonna lie. It's bad to say, but this is not the worst it's ever been. I've been through worse. I've actually been through worse. So this jail was kind of like vacay jail a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
I don't know. Maybe coming back and saying it was vacation jail after getting off very light. To be honest, certainly a decision. I'd like to see Twitch turn back around and be like, nah, we're not going to let this shit fly no more. Because as a creator myself, it is a little, what's the word? saddening, disheartening.
Yes,
I don't know how I would want to describe this fully. Is obviously we live in an attention-based economy, and seeing people rewarded for abhorrent behavior, especially when you get banned and come back, a lot of times that's almost like a popularity boost in a lot of ways, especially after recent events. And Twitch says it wants to take itself seriously and start to right its wrongs. You kind of have a good opportunity to right here. Will they take it? I don't know. Regardless, though, I have definitely started to consider thinking more about streaming and Twitch and YouTube and TikTok and whatnot, because I do genuinely love it more than anything. But it really has changed a lot in the last couple of years, and I can't say it's all been for the good.
No, it definitely hasn't been for the good. Some of it has been abhorrent. And it's sad. New liberal hive mind take. Everybody's got.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. You know, it seems like a lot of people these days treat the filibuster as if it's something sacred. But the more time goes by and the more I think about it, the more I find myself questioning that notion. And everywhere you look across the world when it comes to democracy, and even in American votes, in the American democratic process, whoever gets the majority gets to lead. But even in the case where President Trump secures a massive 2024 landslide victory, a clear mandate handed to him by the people, then comes reality hitting you like a freaking ton of bricks, the filibuster, and all of a sudden the president is totally handcuffed. The mandate is paralyzed. It's not majority rule, no, it's minority extortion, hostage taking, as we're seeing right now with this shutdown of government. You can't actually pass an agenda. You can't do anything. The mandate is frozen in place. What we see is instead a system that's built around permanent veto, paralyze the policy mandate. And if you want to pass anything, if you want to do anything, you can't do it through the legislative body. No, you have to find all these constitutional tricks to get the job done. And even then you can't get the freaking job done because the Supreme Court comes in play. And even then you can't get the job done because boom, you're hit with all these injunctions, all these rogue judges constantly stopping you. I understand separation of power, but it seems like the filibuster hands way too much power to the minority. And so I want to have that conversation now. More as an intellectual exercise than anything else, because obviously it's the top topic.
This is why I am upset with the GOP. Just need to nuke the filibuster, get it over with, pull the band-aid off, and grow a spine, and pass all the laws we can.
Topic of conversation. We got President Trump now calling for the end of the filibuster, and so let's talk about it. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so exactly like I said, here's the president's stance. It's quite clear.
If we don't do it, the Dems are going to do it their next term. The filibuster needs to be nuked. But again, GOP is spineless and doesn't want to move one step too far one direction or the other, and just so frustrating.
As you'd expect from President Trump.
It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's the only way you can do it.
Oh, yeah.
And if you don't terminate the filibuster, you'll be in bad shape. We won't pass any legislation. There'll be no legislation passed for 3.25. We have 3.25 years, so that's a long time.
And of course, immediately after President Trump makes this suggestion, or less of a suggestion, well, in comes the counter, and in a way, it's bipartisan. A lot of Republicans, again, seem to hold the filibuster as some sort of sacred congressional process. And the fear is always, well, what will Democrats do in the future if the filibuster isn't preserved? There's this thought process that the filibuster seems to be the last thing holding the Republic together. And then, of course, you have Democrat outrage that's jumping onto that bandwagon. All of a sudden, Democrats are clutching their pearls. No, you can't possibly end the filibuster. But that, of course, is a total crock of shit, considering, well, the Democrats have been arguing to end the filibuster for a very, very long time, and even as recently as 2022.
The Senate needs 60 votes to pass a bill.
You need 60 votes.
But in the Senate, you've got this rule where you got to get, these days, 60 votes.
60 votes, so you can block it with 40.
You still have to deal with 60 votes. In the Senate, they need 60 votes.
Something called a filibuster that requires 60 votes.
You need 60 votes.
I would like to get rid of filibuster.
You need 60 votes?
You need 60 votes. We need 60 votes. We have to end the filibuster. We need 60 votes, not 50 votes.
And then this. There are two lists the White House won't release. First is first it was the Epstein files. Now it's who's paying for Trump's golden. Oh my gosh, this guy's a loser. Yeah, sure, we get the Epstein stuff. Anyway, Chuck Schumer, Democrats offered a perfectly reasonable compromise to get out of this ridiculous letdown. Vote to reopen the government. Approve a one-time temporary extension of current ACA premium tax credits. Negotiate longer-term fixes for ACA affordability after we reopen. Blame it on the Republicans. Of course. There's a new scum. Gavin's taken over for Trump. Governor Newsom announces today that he will attend the UN Climate Summit to represent the U.S. because Trump is refusing to go. Yeah, no thank you. He should not be there. He should be barred from going anywhere but California. Cannot stand that man. An update on the shutdown. Senate Republicans continue to refuse to negotiate. However, refuse to even show up to D.C. House Republicans. Democrats just made a new reasonable compromise offer. You know, I'm sure it's going to be like the first. Oh, look, there's Bernie saying the same thing. They're all on X saying the exact same thing. And not one Republican candidate is doing anything about it. But anyway, countering their point, in early October, Republicans proposed a one-year extension of the enhanced ACA subsidies as a compromise during shutdown talks. Hakeem Jeffries rejected it on October 7th, deeming it a non-starter and laughable, insisting on permanent enhancements instead. So this has already been offered and denied by the Democrat Party. And now they're trying to get it again. The ACA benefits, which is what the offer that they were trying to negotiate again. No, you blew your chance. No reason to give in to them.
Obviously, you need 60
idiots.
votes. Everything requires 60 votes.
And we've got to get 60 votes in the Senate.
If you have 60 votes, you can't get legislation passed.
You've got to have 60 votes.
It's time to end the filibuster.
Do you support changing or eliminating the filibuster in order to do so?
Oh, absolutely.
We need 60 votes in the Senate. You need 60 votes.
You still need 60 votes over in the Senate.
If you couldn't get 60 votes, you couldn't get something moving.
And of course, the Senate requires 60 votes.
It's a supermajority. You need 60 votes.
You've got to get essentially 60 votes in order to get anything through the Senate.
A minority of senators are allowed to block progress for the majority of the American people, and that's something that has to change.
So spare me the pearl clutching, of course. The Democrats have been the biggest proponents of ending the filibuster so they could ram through their agenda. Oh, and also remember, they were pretty close to doing it had Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin not stopped them, but now, guess what? They've been ousted from the party, essentially. And so inevitably, I think they're going to do it. And if they do it, well, you know exactly what's on the agenda, right?
It's legislation at levels you've never seen before. And it'll be impossible to beat us. By the way, if they do, they're going to do it anyway, and they are going to immediately do the filibuster. And when they do the filibuster, they're going to pack the court. They want at least five justices. Now I hear it's up to 5. I actually heard up to 7 and up to 9, okay? They want new judges. They want to pack the court, and they will do it in the first day, maybe the week. Maybe they'll slow it down because there's no reason to rush. But they'll do it first week. They'll vote on this. And I have friends over there that are Democrats. I'm close to a lot of people. And I asked them about that because some people say, well, maybe they won't do that. I mean, they destroyed the career of Manchin and Sinema, and they got them out. They were the only objectors. Nobody else is going to object. They're going to do it the first day. They're going to pack the court. They're going to make D.C. a state, and they're going to make Puerto Rico a state. So now they pick up 2 states. They pick up 4 senators. Okay?
It's a huge talking
point. You think you have
problems?
When they're going to do all of the things. They're going to pick up electoral votes. It's going to be a very, very bad situation. And it's done. It's done. As soon as they attain power. Now, if we do what I'm saying, they'll most likely never attain power because we will have passed every single thing that you can imagine.
Voter ID, everything.
And all good for the country. And there'll be no reason to. If we don't do that, people will say, they're not doing much, and they're in power. So the good news is we did the great, big, beautiful bill, and it's the greatest thing we could have done.
They're going to rig the system in their favor. So I guess the argument from President Trump is, well, why not beat them to it? Imagine what could be done with a simple majority.
Here's some of the things that we'd pass if we terminated the filibuster. Voter ID, no mail-in voting, no cash bail, no men and women's sports, no welfare for illegals. You could go on and on. This is 2 pages of things we'd do if you did that. Without it, I don't know that you passed anything because you can't deal with them. They're really irrational. They really are. But I was happy to see that a tremendous liability to this country, a woman that made herself rich in this country, Nancy Pelosi, has quit. And she'll be out of here pretty soon. And I consider that to be a great asset for America.
National voter ID, an end to mass mail-in ballot abuse, banning of all taxpayer benefits to illegal migrants, restoring cash bail. The list goes on. And of course, let's call it election reforms. Well, that could seriously change the electoral landscape for generations to come now, couldn't it? You know, generally, there's a very apprehensive, very passive culture on the right. You don't want to shake the boat too much. But look at how the Democrats have weaponized government against you. Look at how far they've taken everything. At some point, the passive nature is going to get you killed. Metaphorically, of course. Maybe even literally, considering how violent the left
up a
has
liberal
become.
hive mind video about nuking the filibuster. And how I think we should. The Democrats have been trying to do it for years. We might as well beat them to it, pass all the laws we want. Yeah, well, I mean, if you put voter IDs in place as a law countrywide, like, do you really think they're ever going to win another election? I mean, if they get into power next time anyway and they get full control, they're going to do it. It's just,
I know it's a tough conversation, and I'm not saying do it or don't do it. I'm just saying the president.
I think we should do it. I think we should just beat them to the punch, get what we want passed, need to pass.
I'm never going to pretend to be the authority or make some authoritative claim. I'm actually more interested in the.
How likely would it be for them to just take it away?
What, the filibuster? I think they can do it with the majority. It's not a super majority.
No, I guess, I mean, if the Democrats get in power again, like, how likely would it be they just erase those laws, you know?
It's pretty hard to get rid of a law once it's on the book. Yeah. Unless it goes through Supreme Court. And it's found unconstitutional. That's really the only way. Like, they're even, like, Supreme Court's even looking at, like, gay marriages now being recognized by other states. Like, making that not law, not federal, like, not able to be a federal law.
Right, just let it be a state law and let it.
Yeah. Yeah, if states want to recognize marriages, they can, but they don't have to. Yeah, I agree as well.
I think just the less the federal has to be involved, why not?
But yeah, less government.
Be on the state level or district level, like that should be where your money's going more so.
Public debate that's going on here, and I'm very curious.
Yeah, less big government.
So this is one of those videos where I'm going to ask you guys in the comment section. Let me know what your stance is on the filibuster or on ending the filibuster. Are you for it? Are you against it? Is it a mistake to end the filibuster, or is it a mistake to not end the filibuster? And then watch the Democrats do it, and well, you know where that agenda leads to. Let me know what you think in the comment section. That's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Yeah, probably.
Deleted Synapses, then reinstalled it. It seems to be fine now.
Oh, good. Reset it to default.
Yeah, I was playing with Caleb and the other guys, and they were actually giving me like a really hard time about it. I was like, really, it's that bad? Because I didn't realize I didn't fix it, you know, the few times.
Yeah, you messed with it a little bit.
Yeah, I messed with it a little bit, and you guys kept saying, it's better. I'm like, okay, well, then it must be fine, but I didn't realize that it was that
Getting better.
Yeah, right. So, yeah.
How's the Warzone?
I like it. I like it a lot, actually.
Oh, cool. It's free to play, isn't it?
Yeah, the Battlefield 6 one is, yeah. Which is cool because, like, you still get the classes and they have little buffs, which I was had to look up and see what the actual buffs are, so I understand it more.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's tanks and there's other things involved, which is some people think it's like, the tanks are broken. It's like, yes, but they also give you anti-infantry stuff. They give you tank stuff.
Yeah, you can shoot rockets.
Yeah, shoot rockets, which like there's ways around it.
Or, you know, C4 the crap out of them.
Yeah, it is hard. Like, it feels like it's like I'll see someone, then I'm running up on them, then all of a sudden they're just like in my face. It's like the distances are off or weird to me.
Okay.
Oh, they're up on that ridge and they're all running there. I guess they're running too, you know, so it's just weird.
Yeah. I'm upon you real quick.
I see them until they're on me, so the sounds are a little odd too.
Yeah, I can believe that. That's always an issue in games like that, the sounds.
Which they did something in Apex which I thought was cool, which I haven't tried it yet. Which they just basically almost eliminate, they have a sound mode, I guess. You can eliminate your teammates' footsteps, but make
okay.
things a little louder, which is cool.
Well, that's good that you can like have an equalizer like that, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's just like I don't know if it's an equalizer, but it's something they did that are like, hey, just switch it to this and it'll be this will help you with those problems. But yeah, as I'm watching this video, I see a thing on the side. It says, Dr. Disrespect loses it on Battlefield 6. And I imagine that's probably what it is. It's probably footsteps, probably sounds.
Yeah.
It can be very hectic when like buildings start breaking down.
Yeah. Because even in the main game, I had issues with the footsteps. Like, there's so many sounds going on with the main battles. Trying to beat the zombie mode. Solo tier 3 with Blade, I think, and get those done, and then I'm gonna try to get the Nightmare 4 done. But I do have to play some games. Just titles. Just new titles, I guess. Yeah. You get Queen Slayer for beating the Nightmare 4. And each character, then if you do it solo, gives you a another title. I had a video I wanted to watch.
How we were so mad at Trump. It's like things I see him doing. It's just like,
yeah, I know.
Bad forever, and yet you guys want to bitch about how he's being a dictator. Well, he's actually doing the things and attacking.
Oh, he just offered. He offered to the Dems to give them the billions of, or to just give the billions of dollars to the people instead of the insurance companies, so that they can choose their own insurance company. And it's like, that's, I mean, yeah, it's a socialist move, but like, not a bad move. And of course, you know, Dems are going to turn it down because they don't have the control. Well, you know, all these Dems and some Republicans too, I'm sure, are getting money from these insurance companies for liquidized. Yeah.
It's not going into the things that we actually are paying for. How about that?
Yep, exactly.
Right. So how about we eliminate the levels, but it all of a sudden gets dwindled down to like, oh, now you have $1,000. Yeah, I don't know.
Marvel Rivals Zombies has a new update, and with that came a title for every character for soloing Nightmare 4. And I've already done it on every single character just to show you guys, and I'm going to put a build in this video for every single character that is super easy.
No one has had a solution for it, and it only has gotten worse.
Before we get into it, consider subscribing, trying to hit 2K, and if you follow now, you can be a part of that. But before we do anything, I'll show you guys the titles. We got Queen of Limbo for completing on Magic, King Landshark for completing it on Jeff, Wrath of Asgard for completing it on Thor, and Endless Arsenal for completing it on Punisher, and then Lunar Vengeance for clearing as Blade.
Yeah.
At the time of the background footage, I didn't clear it as Blade, but that doesn't matter because Blade didn't get any buffs or nerfs, only the other characters. Now let's get right into the first, just at least 3 full moon for the max. Moon Power Wave 10, buy all of them. They are all really good for endgame. And then as we get into the purple, we want to purchase in the middle area.
Yeah.
Really because of her time at the same time. And as for the double, got the correct first and got this same.
That's exactly what it is. That's what the Dems are doing. And that's why I'm worried about the midterms, is they're using, because they're all doing the same talking points.
Red tree, and you want to put on Nocturnal Harmony. Your ultimate doesn't matter, and your gun doesn't matter, because you.
I think we'll do okay. I'm concerned because you don't see any Republicans in these X feeds whatsoever countering these Dem talking points. You barely see him on Fox News countering or NBC News or CBS. Never an actual figure. Yeah, but I think they should be commenting on their opponent's stuff as well. So like, so Kennedy, even though he's old, should be commenting on Bernie Sanders' post, you know, like saying that's not true. Here's what actually is going on.
Right, actually having some balls and stand. Like, it might be that they're busy actually doing something, and so the other guys that like Bernie isn't.
Yeah, but they can delegate it to somebody. I mean, yeah, Bernie's not actually doing anything, but I'm sure all these people have a delegate.
RFK is actually going out and like attacking and medical stuff and like looking at things and probably gonna have hands off there. Where he probably doesn't need to, but.
Well, you see it in the upper government. They do, like JD Vance and Trump, and I don't really see Rubio, but I see Hegseth post. So it's like, yeah. And like my governor's been posting like crazy, and it's like, geez, like you're not gonna win the presidential election. Like just knock it off. You're not even gonna get reelected to be governor. Yeah, there's a lot.
I'll take zombies over vamps any day.
No blues. None of those. Oh, that's okay.
Life must prevail over death. Vengeance in Spectre's name! I'm cutting in!
Turn my E on. One. Damage. Damage. Moon power.
Fight harder! You are of no use to be dead! Taste cold steel! Slice and dice! Vengeance in Spectre's name! Taste cold steel! Vengeance in Spectre's name! Slice and dice! Vengeance in Spectre's name! I'm cutting in! repeat your success. Succumb to the chaos. Take cold steel. Upcut me. Upcut me.
Motorcycle. You can belt. No. No. Rain. Oh, Moonblade. I shouldn't be buying these nuts of slash.
Vengeance in Spectre's name! Vengeance in Spectre's name! Undead warriors will soon arrive.
Oh. Oh. Okay, we're good. Ready to go. Come on, Namor.
Vengeance in Spectre's name! Taste cold steel! Vengeance in Spectre's name! Vengeance in Spectre's name!
Thank you, Mr. Nemar. You saved me. What? There we go. One shot. Here.
Vengeance in Spectre's name!
Oh, need more time.
Vengeance in Spectre's name! Slice and dice!
More attack speed. Oh, nope. Okay.
I'm cutting in. Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead. Slice and dice. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Slice and dice!
You want to have a Christmas drive? It's not Christmas time yet. It's getting close.
Slice and dice. Do not succumb to the chaos. Slice and dice.
fine.
All right.
Hey.
Do not succumb to the chaos. Alas, the champion
Ouch.
has fallen. Rise, my fist of vengeance. The battle has only just begun. There's no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive.
Taste cold steel.
Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Can you repeat your success?
Damn it.
Life must prevail over death.
Yep. Okay. Add.
Fight harder. You are of no use to me. Fought well, but the war is far from over.
One more round after this.
Do not succumb to the chaos. I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I.
Damn it. receive. Oh. Actually, health, I guess. Oh. Damage. Okay.
Life must prevail over death.
He did. Yeah, that's fine. Can I get an ice cream sandwich first? Regular.
You win.
Yeah.
That one.
Eat Nightmare 3 on my own. What? You got boogie up your nose. Got so many boogies. You blow it. Here. Here's paper towel. On my what? My robot? No. Myself an upvote. Why not? He said, you don't want an ice cream sandwich, buddy? No, it's... He's too mad. He can't... There you go. Now the question is, do I go for Thor on tier 4 alone? I might.
Highly requested one last time, and that is Thor. He got some meaty buffs this time around. Let's go over them all real quick. So we're going to be running all blue for him with the normal Mjolnir Bash, Concussion Cell for a free stun, and Ion Siphon for God of Thunder. Now let's go over the cards you should be purchasing on Thor. Thor is a very precarious one. You actually got to be pretty smart. So let's go right off and say never purchase any of the red ones. We're going for a blue build, and the red one is just not viable in solo. As for the blue, let's see what you want to go for. Number one priority, especially starting off, we are looking for All Father's Might as early as possible and as many as possible. This buffs Mjolnir Bash damage in both normal and Awakening state, and that is our main damage. Other than that, we definitely want to pick up at least one Rune Recycle, and we need as many Cranium Crusher as possible. possible. This is the big damage. This is what's going to scale your damage to be able to do insane damage like I'm about to show you. And then you only need to buy Awakening Rune duration up until like wave 10. You don't need to have it for 10 minutes if you're only going to be in it for 30. Another massive one is Endstorm. You need Endstorm, which is going to turn your right click while you're in Awakening Rune state into a super rapid fire. So this is very, very good. You also obviously want to pick up attack speed. You basically want to pick up every blue card, but those are the ones you want to prioritize first. If you don't get good damage in your first 10 rounds, just restart. Now, as for the purple buffs we want to pick up, we definitely want to pick up 1 to 3 Vampiric Vitality. You guaranteed want to pick up 3 Moon Power as early as possible. 3 is the max, and you want to get it as quick as possible. Don't buy Zeus's Thunder, don't buy Primordial Frost. Obviously, buy all the damage you can get, and you can buy some health, but if you get really lucky with damage early on, you'll do enough damage to where you don't need it. I would say try to get to at least 5,000 health though, and have your damage very strong. Obviously, you're going to want to buy damage received, minus, and a bunch of max health for that. But like I said, as long as you get good damage early on, shouldn't be necessary, just go full damage. So as you can see for Thor, I try to just rotate around the middle and keep using my right click, which is after I got that Endstorm card, and just look at the amount of damage I can do. Obviously, you might die a couple times. That's where your free revives come in handy, because in some of these characters, it's almost impossible to do it deathless, but obviously you can. To go over the hard rounds, like round 15, I focused on obviously killing Scarlet Witch as fast as possible and shooting her crystals, and then worrying about Namor next. The main thing is continuously damage her so you don't insta-die, which is why your right click's so good, because it shoots so fast to keep your lifesteal up. At this point, on round 15, you should have enough lifesteal where my 5,000 health kept me alive no matter what, as long as I had my right click and didn't get one shot like that. I was able to clear this run in under 3 deaths, and for the final phase, it's just about keeping their health as close as possible. Obviously, one of my Scarlets here is at 75k. You want to try and even that out before you go to Final Stand. As you can see, if you can get them both in Final Stand like this on Thor, it is a free kill with how high his damage gets. They both died very easily in under 30 minutes. Now let's move on to the
Thor with a team.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger. I am Asgardian, but I feel a deep kinship with the mortals of Earth.
Life must prevail over death. Alas, a champion has fallen.
Really let him pass me.
Safe travels, adventurers.
Get charged. Constantly move around.
Oh.
Yep.
But the war is far from over. Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Safe travels, adventurers.
I was out of it. They just keep throwing bombs at me. Eternal as I. Do not succumb to the chaos. With the rage of battle. Vengeance in Spectre's name. This kiddo. I see, buddy.
But this one too.
Came out of nowhere. Probably easier to do it solo than it is like. Didn't let.
Champion has fallen.
Take one hit.
Undead warriors will soon arrive. Fight harder. One of them is so dead.
Okay. And get killed. Where in the world did he come from? Oh. This mode is so annoying. The zombie mode is so annoying. Are you just sweet as he's walking by?
Impressive. But can you repeat your success?
Multiplayer, more health.
out this area.
I'm going on. But.
But can you repeat your success?
Oh.
Do not succumb to the chaos.
Vengeance in Spectre's name!
Sounds good. I'm just zombieing. Alright. So yeah, catch you later.
Yeah. Hey, Dad, how do you like the tree?
Give me a minute. I'm sure it looks great though.
Who's looking?
This struggle may be as eternal as I.
Oh. What happened? Oh man. Yeah. Maybe. Might help.
Go that way.
Holy cow.
Undead warriors will soon arrive. Life must prevail over death.
Ah, the freaking.
More undead warriors will soon arrive. Do not succumb to the chaos. Vengeance in Spectre's name! over.
Yeah, baby. I'm fine with it. Just don't post it online. Eve outside.
Choosing you for this mission. Wash our foes away. Protect your shield. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Alas, a champion has fallen. Alas, a champion has safe travel. Alas, a champion has rise. The god of thunder! A champion has fallen.
Yeah, but okay.
May be as eternal as I. Do not make me regret choosing vengeance in Spectre's name!
So,
safe travels, adventurers.
it was not close.
Impressive, but can you repeat your success? Fight harder. You are of no use to me, dead. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Alas, a champion has fallen.
Stray grenade out of nowhere.
Safe travels, adventurers. Behold the god of thunder! Awaken the rage of battle! Vengeance in Spectre's name! will soon arrive. Life must prevail over death. Safe travels.
Buddy, off my hand. Please.
cleansed once more.
Yeah, you can get my email from my phone, you know. I gotta go to bath. Text me like right in the middle of like something. this shit. Wait. There, turn it up. That feels better. Yeah, we did it. We completed Nightmare 4. Yeah, I'm kind of worried because, you know. Might need to make it start back on. Like, yeah, I don't know when. Somewhere mid game. I need to get a new mic arm and a new boom arm. All right.
Next character. Next we got Old Reliable Punisher. Punisher did get some good buffs, and we'll be buying.
I want to go through and do like all these heroes. I
We're
think.
gonna go full red tree with full green abilities. We won't ever use his ultimate or zipline, but the green turret is a must. It's literally a monkey bomb. As for the cards you're buying, you will never buy a blue card the entire run. Do not buy blue. But for the red cards, ones that are important to get extremely early are his new upgraded Punisher's upgrade. It's now 90% single bullet damage, up from I believe 45 or 60%. If you don't get like 3 of these before the first round in your early buy phase, just restart the run because you need big damage. As for reload speed, never buy it.
Yeah, I hear him.
Always buy it, but don't
I
buy
hear him.
5, I would say. Smart magazine, only buy it once. The rate of fire ones are always a good buy. Magazine capacity, you only want to buy 1 250%. Never buy it again after that, or you're wasting damage on magazine size. As for Punisher's purple, you want to buy damage. Don't buy health, because we're just going to get Punisher up to where he does enough damage to where health doesn't matter because of his super high fire rate. So damage dealt, damage received is fine as well. And you want to buy at least 2 or 3 vampiric vitality, and then obviously the 3 full moon once again for the full moon. We don't want to buy Zeus's Thunder or Primordial Frost at all on this build. Punisher is straight damage. Now, like I said, for the hard rounds, it's the same thing. You could see how much damage Punisher does. If you get good luck early game, you could do stuff like this, where I literally killed Namor in 30 seconds just standing completely still, because my damage is so high that my lifesteal is so great that I'm never taking damage, even though I only have 5,000 health, which is why I say only buy damage on Punisher. Which makes it a breeze. I only had 9,000 health by the time I got to the double Wanda round, and all you have to do is prioritize your targets. I left 1 in the orb, as I did so much damage I won't die from it, while I try to get their health as close as possible. Because it is very important that you go to the final reality erasure at the same HP, and just look how good Punisher is, and they literally instantly died as soon as they went to reality erasure. Punisher's run was literally extremely fast and extremely high damage. Now let's go to the next character. So let's get into Jeff. To start, we're going to go with Buoyant Splash as his normal attack, Fusion Bubble as the other one, and Hazardous Death for the ultimate, just so we can use it to escape. And then we're going full red. Guys, remember, Jeff got some big buffs, so we're going to be going over those in here. For Khonshu's Blessing, let's go over what cards you should be picking up. As far as blue cards go, there is not one blue card you will ever buy, so completely ignore those. As far as red cards go, we want Fire Rate, we want Splash Damage. But for capacity, you only want to buy when you get this one, 170%, and never buy that again. You never need any more capacity. Another one we want to not ever buy is Healing Bubble Maximum Charges. Any of those, don't buy. But a very important one is Gnashing Waters. You want to buy 5 to 10 of these throughout your run. It'll speed it up significantly and make sure you're always getting lifesteal, because you'll always be ticking that additional damage. As far as standard purples, we'll buy maybe 1 to 2 vampire vitalities. Obviously try to get 3 moon power, because that's the max. Buy the damage surge every time you get it, and honestly on Jeff, I was buying health every time I saw it as well, because you need a lot of health. He has very rough survivability, because obviously he can't hit criticals with the bonus damage. So buy damage received minus, buy damage dealt, and buy health all the time after round 5, but make sure you get enough damage too. To quickly show off the strat that I use to make sure I have a good run, load in as Jeff or whatever character you want to do, and once you get in, go to purchase, refresh as many times as you need until you get Joyful Splash 200%, and then hit random, and try to get the one that duplicates your cards. As you can see, I got multiple of it, and if you can get that on the first 2 spins of random, then go through and buy the rest of your cards like normal, all the damage dealt, health, and continue your run like that to be the safest and have the highest start. And I'm just showing where I usually rotate around. I try to stay in this back middle area until the near end of the rounds, because zombies can spawn anywhere on Nightmare 4, so you want to be in this middle area so you're the farthest from where they all spawn. For the hard parts, like obviously Scarlet Witch and Namor at the same time, make sure you have your Gnashing Waters and try to deal a little bit of damage to all of the squids, so that you're getting lifesteal while you're dealing with Scarlet. You're going to want to kill Scarlet first. And then for the final phase, the main thing you can do to prepare for the 20 is try to always line them up so you're hitting them both at the same time. That way you get them both to this final phase at the same time, so you can easily kill them. If you have one at the final phase and the other one not, it's going to be extremely hard to kill them both with Jeff because of his damage output because of no critical hits. And obviously destroy the crystals to increase your time, and you should have an easy clear on your hands. As you can see, I cleared it with ample time left in under 30 minutes very easily. The only thing that's important that we actually use is we turn her Dark Child into Mortal Will so we get a permanent damage and health boost. The other abilities we will not use, so it doesn't matter. And then we go all red for her skills for bonus damage to the red side, because we're doing a normal magic, not ultimate magic. With that in mind, we won't be purchasing any blue magic cards, only red and purple. Now I'll go over the ones we will be buying. We'll be buying I'm not gonna lie, on normal magic, every single red skill is good, but early on, focus on the ones that say normal soul sword damage. But past wave 10, buy all of them. They are all really good for endgame. And then as we get into the purple, we want to prioritize damage dealt, minusing our damage received. We don't want to buy any of the Zeus's Thunder or Frost. We do want to buy Vampiric, at least 2 of these. And then obviously you want to purchase at least 3 full moon for the max moon power, which is 3. As for magic, you just float around the middle area during all of the encounters because she gets a really high damage range from her red skills, so it becomes really easy past wave 10. The only thing about magic is she starts extremely slow, so your early rounds you're gonna need to mainly focus on surviving and just killing the enemies. It's fine if you're slow, all you're going for is the clear. As for the hard rounds like Namor and Scarlet in the same one, it's actually fairly easy because of her attack range and damage and lifesteal to make sure you're hitting squids and her at the same exact time. I actually killed them both at around the same exact time, so just make sure you're hitting the squids and the boss at the same time so you're not taking too much damage directly. As you can see, I have Scarlet Witch at 1,000 health and Namor at 10,000, so like I said, they die very quick together with magic because of her damage range. As for the double Scarlet Witch, this can be hard. The main thing you need to do is you should be survivable by here if you bought the correct perks, but the main thing you need to do is make sure you keep them around the same health. As you can see, I know the one that I trapped first is at 35,000 health, but this one was almost at 50,000, so I stopped attacking that one and got this one around to the same. That way, right here during Reality Erasure, they are both in the same time, and I can kill them both fairly and easily. If one of them starts it and the other one's at like 20k health, I'm not gonna lie, you might be boned. So you gotta make sure you keep them around the same health, and that's about it. In your prepare screen for Blade, go only red tree, and you want to put on Nocturnal Harmony. Your ultimate doesn't matter, and your gun doesn't matter, because you will not be using them. They both suck. If you guys want to know how you can clear on all the other characters, let me know in the comments. I could drop the build I use for them, because I have cleared Nightmare 4 on all 5 characters. As you guys can see, the #1 ranked leaderboard time for a squad is 36 minutes, and I've done it solo in less than that. Next thing is, for Khonshu's Blessings, a lot of people struggle with this. You will never buy a blue. I'm not kidding, no blue will you purchase, not even if it's gold. As far as the reds, you only want to purchase attack speed early on, a couple attack speeds. You don't keep purchasing this, and then after that, it's only attack range and Ancestral Sword damage. Now, as far as the general ones, you could buy health early. Doesn't really matter on Nightmare 4. You're going to get one shot easily. It's mostly about your positioning. You want to play far away and get your attack range up as much as you can. You will always buy damage dealt and percentage damage received because it's just better. It stacks better. It gets better endgame. So only damage dealt and damage received minus for purples, and buy maximum health if you get like a good one early. I would say by round 10 you shouldn't be buying health anymore, because if you're not above 12,000 by then, you're gonna get one shot by everything. I have 2 locations I primarily rotate to, but on Nightmare 4, it's pretty hard nonetheless because they can spawn almost everywhere. Main spot is over here on the far right side in the middle. You don't want to stand where you spawn because they start dropping off the roof way more often early. And the main key here is to train them like Call of Duty zombies. You don't want to stand in one spot too long because if you get exploded by a fire guy, you're one shot. If you stand in an acid pool, you're 2 shot. If you get hit with 2 grenades from the grenadier ones, you are 1 shot. So you want to keep rotating in a circle around this main area and be mindful that you should always be moving and keep a distance. For the hard parts like the double Scarlet Witch, the main thing is having your damage range up high enough for round 20 so you're able to hit them both at the same time. As you can see, I was able to get them both in their final phase at the exact same time, meaning I don't have to deal with more than one while I finish the final phase, so I can literally just stand there with my attack range.
Try to anyway. No.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Here's your meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, there it is. We've got another offer from Chuck Schumer. But as usual, I'd say it's less of an offer and more of an insult, just like the last time. Democrats, of course, voting to shut down the government, Snap going insolvent. And his offer was, allow us to continue this shutdown as we extort you, but bail us out of this whole Snap thing. Well, that obviously wasn't a good faith offer. It wasn't a serious deal. It was a trap. And now this new latest Chuck Schumer offer, frankly, I think is just as unserious as the last. Basically, it's what we covered yesterday, except there's a little bit of a twist. You know, we had some Democrats that were seemingly negotiating in the back rooms of Congress to reopen the government, but Chuck Schumer has stepped in and applied his touch, and it's just as manipulative and snaky as you might frickin' imagine. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so here's the latest Chuck Schumer announcement. Here he is giving his offer to Republicans in the Senate.
We'd like to offer a simple proposal that would reopen the government and extend the ACA premium tax credits simultaneously, and then have the opportunity to start negotiating longer-term solutions to health care costs. Democrats are offering a very simple compromise. Democrats are ready to clear the way to quickly pass a government funding bill that includes health care affordability. Leader Thune just needs to add a clean 1-year extension of the ACA tax credits to the CR so that we can immediately address rising health care costs. That's not a negotiation. It's an extension of current law, something we do all the time around here. But we also offer this. Let's create a bipartisan committee that will continue negotiations after the government reopens on reforms, ahead of next year's enrollment period, to provide long-term certainty that health care costs will be more affordable. This proposal reopens the government and ensures working families who are shopping right now for their health care get certainty and financial relief. While open enrollment has begun, insurers can update their rates after we pass a simple extension of the tax credits. With this approach, we do not negotiate health care in the shutdown as Leader Thune has maintained he wishes, and the American people get the tax credit extension they want. We will agree with the Republican request not to start negotiations until after the government reopens. All Republicans have to do is say yes to extend current law for 1 year. This is a reasonable offer that reopens the government, deals with health care affordability, and begins a process of negotiating reforms to the ACA tax credits for the future. Now, the ball is in the Republicans' court. We need Republicans to just say yes.
Reopen the government as long as Republicans give us a 1-year subsidy Band-Aid fix to failing Obamacare, and then of course pledge to negotiate. Negotiate what exactly? Because from what I remember, initially nothing was negotiable. It was all a non-negotiable. Give us everything we want or else everyone's gonna die. It's the $1.5 trillion government slush fund that they wanted reinstated, but now they only want 1 year to kick the can down the road on the Obamacare issue. Something stinks to the frickin' high heavens. And obviously, we know exactly what it is. Isn't it clear? Isn't it obvious what's going on behind this Chuck Schumer demand? It's not a coincidence that he only wants it for 1 year. Certainly no coincidence. No, more like calendar. What happens in exactly 1 year, pretty much? Oh yeah, it's the 2026 midterm election. Huh, I can already see it. 2026 right around the corner. It's October. Republicans raised your healthcare premiums. Republican healthcare crisis. Rinse and repeat. You know, the Democrats have been wandering over the last 11 months, searching far and wide like Ash frickin' Ketchum from Pokemon, looking real hard trying to find their midterm issue, right? It wasn't Tesla. It wasn't Doge. It wasn't, taking Social Security away from my grandpa. It wasn't No Kings. That certainly failed. It wasn't Jimmy Kimmel being the victim of far-right Trumpian fascism. And so now I guess this is the last-ditch effort. You know, create another manufactured crisis that conveniently expires in 2026, right ahead of the midterm election. Let's vote to continue it for 1 year, then fail to negotiate for the next 12 months, and then just continuously fearmonger about healthcare premiums as the next stunt to get people to the polls in 2026. The entire thing is a trap. And you know what? It's exactly what we expect from Democrats, right? They're not interested in solving problems. The unaffordability of Obamacare, the rising cost of healthcare, is a serious issue. But they don't want to pass new legislation. They don't want to work with Republicans to fix the system, to tackle insurance companies. They don't want to tackle the systemic corruption happening in Washington. Actually, I got a video here, which I think sums it up perfectly.
Obama made you buy health insurance, and Biden made you pay less, but only temporarily. And now both parties are letting your premium skyrocket in 2025. And it's not by accident, it's a bribe. Biden's discounts expire in 2025 and your bill goes up by 200 to 300%. Right now, if your premium is $600 a month, you pay $400 a month. And the government sends $200 straight to the insurance companies. That's $24 billion a year in free money to big insurance. But in 2025, those discounts disappear and your bill goes back to $600 or higher because Democrats let it happen. They know and they don't care. They expanded these subsidies in 2021 temporarily, not to help you, to buy votes in 2022 and 2024. Now the election is over and your bill goes up. But their donors, they're still getting paid. This isn't about health care. It's a cash pipeline to insurance companies. They lobby for subsidies. They donate to keep them coming, and when the subsidies expire, they blame the other side while raking in billions. Trump didn't create this. Obama did, and Biden extended it, but only until after the election. And now they're gridlocked. They're not fighting for you. The Democrats are fighting for their next campaign donation check from United Healthcare, Pfizer, and Blue Cross. They know what's coming. They know your premiums are about to explode if they haven't already, and they know that you'll be begging for relief this year. And they know that you'll blame the other party while they cash their check.
Trust me when I tell you, they don't want to actually have a conversation about the core issue behind healthcare premiums skyrocketing. No, they don't want to address any of that. They just want to kick it around like a political football. It's all about narrative. Democrats love a crisis, especially if it's a crisis of dependency, because they can use that power. They can wield it as a weapon. They've created a culture of dependence, which they could now yank at any time. They could threaten at any time. They could schedule it so that it happens at the most opportune time for them, and then create a whole campaign narrative around it. I mean, it's totally crazy, but it's also utterly transparent. The Democrats went on forever. Unless we get full capitulation on all of our demands, we will never reopen government. And notice how all of a sudden that's pivoted. Well, what has changed? Well, what's changed is that they actually were able to juice turnout on November 4th. At least that's the way that it seems on paper. They galvanized their base, and so now they're thinking, oh, well, there's the strategy. And so it's not about the policy. It's not about securing these healthcare premiums long term. It's not about fixing the problem. It's about yet again manufacturing those same conditions to benefit them in the next midterm election. And so, look, here's where I land. I know it may sound harsh, but you can't give in. It's a big mistake if you do. Now, it seems like President Trump is relatively unmoved. I don't think he's really going to budge. Obviously, we'll have to see if the Senate follows suit. But in my view, you just can't negotiate with policy terrorism. That's essentially what this is. There's a cost of rewarding this kind of tactic. And that cost, I think, would be permanent. You know, of course, there's doing what's politically expedient. It seems like it's turning against Republicans to a certain extent, turning against President Trump. Again, it's hard to tell whether those are push polls or not. We'll have to let time pass a little bit. But obviously, there's a heavy pressure campaign right now as the mainstream media is carrying water for the Democrat narrative. And so the easy path might be giving in. Just give in to the Democrat ransom, open government, and move on. And while that might be, in a way, the political move, long term, it's a big mistake. And just ethically, it's a big mistake. Sometimes, rather than doing what's politically expedient, I think you have to do what is right. And I think what's right here is telling the Democrats to go F themselves. Do not validate, yet again, another electoral scheme, more political engineering. Hold the line. Do not allow them to manufacture yet again another crisis, doing the right political thing just to get a weekend headline. Well, I think that's how you lose in the long term. That's how you lose the war. And that's how you enable more of these Democrat shenanigans. I think Republicans should hold strong, but of course, that's just one man's opinion. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Interesting. Are they live now? Oh, I wanted to see this one.
There are plenty of creators that have been calling out and have been talking about since the death of Charlie Kirk, but there is one that I haven't addressed yet, and I think it's time for us to do that. So, Secular Talk, he has 500,000 followers on X, but also has a successful YouTube channel, mostly for political commentary, and it's this one here. Secular Talk, 2 million subscribers, 22,000 videos. Holy moly. Right, so this is clearly going to be a video where I'm going to attack his arguments and in general his morality. Credit where credit is due, 22,000 videos is a grind. He describes as home of news and politics commentary from the populist left perspective. Now, I've watched this guy a few times over the years as I was trying to avoid echo chambers. As I said, this is something that I've tried to do for years. I am absolutely right-leaning, but then again, I've always tried to avoid echo chambers and trying to watch other channels in order to see how people counter certain arguments, because if you only hear one side, you might end up believing positions that instead are logically inconsistent or incoherent. So I always suggest people to try and find commentators from the center, from the left, and from the right. With that being said, the exercise hasn't been easy, because every time that I try to listen to a left-winger, it ends up being someone who likes lollies and horses. Vosh dropped him. Someone who laughs at the death of a firefighter and then celebrates the death of Charlie Kirk and calls for political violence against conservatives. Destiny stopped watching him. Or he's someone who shocks dogs and calls for the red capitalist blood on the street. Hassan Paikas. And when it comes to horses, do you want to talk about Cheng? So anyways, Secular Talk has also been someone who I tried watching a couple of times. I found the commentary of those few videos that I clicked to be hypocritical. That's at least my position, and so I stopped watching. Anyways, I guess I didn't know how bad the situation was, particularly when it comes to his attack on Charlie Kirk's wife, widow. He loves it. He loves making fun of the widow. Absolutely. Because that's what the tolerant love is love side does, right? That screams love is love,
they do.
Tolerance, inclusivity. Yeah, that's the hypocrisy I was mentioning. So anyways, let's have a look at this post that I shared and responded to.
Trying to beat everybody down when they are down.
Loves this. He absolutely thinks this is totally hilarious. 100% guaranteed. Alright, so one of the things he posted this. Spirit, fake, grieving, widow, grifter costume. Grifter, of course. Man, I swear, grifter has become the greatest red flag on the planet. I mean, I've been called a grifter for so long that now I literally owned it. Like, I begin my days on Twitter posting, your favorite far-right grifter is at it again, let's go. And that's what I do. But in general, when people use grifter, it's just so fucking unbecoming. It's like it's a loser move. If your attack onto someone, rather than addressing their point, position, and argument is to call them a grifter, you have already lost. It demonstrates you do not have the ability to face their argument. And in fact, it's a way to undermine said argument. So whenever I see someone using a grift, you've already lost 1,000 points with me. Anyways, fake teardrops, skin-tight black leather, morning pants, adult-size costume, blah, blah, blah. And there she is with all the money, pretending. Unbelievable. This is in absolute poor taste. Poor taste. It's indecent. It's disgusting. And I don't even know why the left tolerates people like this. And I'm talking not the radicals, because of course, once you're radicalized, all you see is not even a human being. You see, oh, it's a fascist. That's what you see. It's a Nazi. And so automatically, whatever is done, all forms of not only ad hominem, ad personam attacks are justified, but violence is justified in your eye because of the dehumanization. Language that has been used and pushed, which is what led, by the way, to the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
somebody with a MAGA hat, they think that's the same as the military attire for the Nazis.
And inexcusable within any given civil society. But yeah, so I responded and I said, awful shame on you. The quartering said, we will remember this. Absolutely we will. This is a bad look, says Chrissy Mayer, but it's not like he cares. What's wrong with you, from Andrew Colvett? He's absolutely right. You don't deserve friends, says Phil Labonte. And yeah, this is gross garbage human. At this point, I agree, because this is in response. So you might tell me, oh, but you just said that attack ad personam are wrong. Right, but the guy has dropped any level of decency. So now, yeah, we can respond in kind. Absolutely, we can respond in kind. And of course, he provided a response to the haters, because he's the most hateful one here. Yet the haters and losers coming after me for my perfect Erica Kirk meme, he says. Let's see that response. Let's have a look. Is he going to own it? Is he going to be decent?
Let's have this conversation. People are asking questions. I'm asking questions, but a lot of people are asking questions. And what are they asking? They're saying, why is she running her hands through J.D. Vance's hair? Why is she doing that? That is a very, very intimate thing to do, and I'm not sure I've ever seen that happen with people who are not dating, who are not together.
Man, what is this guy gonna do if he comes to Italy or back home in Sicily, where men and women kiss each other on the cheeks multiple times just as friends? We hug all the time. It's what? Not everything has to be sexual, for crying out loud.
Why does he have his hands on her hips?
Hands on hips? What are you on about? Like, what? Now you're becoming the party of Puritans? Unbelievable.
That's another thing I haven't seen unless you're fucking dating. Why is she wearing leather clubbing sexy pants at what's supposed to be just a run-of-the-mill event, and here she is around J.D. Vance?
Isn't that about empowering women and their freedom? But what if that's the way she wants to express themselves? These guys don't even have... But then again, this is the same party that is pro-feminism, pro-LGBT, pro-trans, against religion, and then they white knight for Islam. I mean, what are we even expecting here?
Why did she say publicly that J.D. reminds her of Charlie?
What's wrong with that statement, you idiot? Nothing, Berg.
Nothing wrong.
Maybe it's because she respects J.D. Vance. How about that?
Because J.D. was there and his wife was there for her during her time of grieving.
And the man she had chosen to spend her entire life with. Something that was forcefully and unjustly
back to
taken
Arizona.
from her. You scum. And she said she respected Charlie as her husband. Telling J.D. Vance that he reminds her of Charlie, the most important person in her life, is called a compliment. It's called a show of respect. But I imagine in your worldview, the idea that a wife can respect her husband is weird, because, I mean, oppressor oppressed, am I right?
Why did JD say publicly that JD reminds her of Charlie? Why did JD say publicly that he wants his wife to convert to Christianity? Throwing his fucking wife under the bus.
Oh, he's one of those imbeciles. Man, this guy is a clown. You're a clown.
Absolute
I hope
idiot.
you watch this. I hope you make a response. We should absolutely go to an online war, because you're a clown. I am going to address that on a separate video. I don't know if by the time I edit this, if that video addressing this idea of shameful, J.D. Vance wants to force Christianity onto his wife. He thinks she was going to burn in hell. Yeah, I've already filmed that one, so it will be on this channel soon. If I have already posted it, by the time I post this one, I'll put it in a link in the description. And if I haven't, then just wait a couple of days and I'll add it once the video is public. But that's a stupid line of attack, because it's absolutely normal for a Christian man man, in fact, for a man of any religion, to wish for his wife and children to become Christian, or freaking hell, to become Muslim if you're a Muslim, or if you are an atheist, won't you love? Wouldn't you be happy if your significant one at one point says, you know what, I agree with you. I think religion is all nonsense, and you convinced me because of your reason and logic. What obviously a Christian man wishes for his wife to become a Christian, because, you know, we Christians believe in our religion. I know this may be a shocker to the likes of you, but we believe in our religion. Therefore, we think that Christianity is the only path back to Jesus and to God. Hence, we wish for the people we love to make that decision one day. But he's not forcing it, and there is nothing wrong with it. And you're a hypocrite and a liar if you think that there is anything weird about this. It would be like being weirded out by the fact that a Christian believes in the resurrection. Of course we do. Hypocrite.
You're too wild.
Do not throw her under the bus. He shared something that, by the way, he didn't need to. He didn't need to share. It's none of our business what happens within that family, inside the privacy of their home. Husband and wife. None of our business.
Move
but he
away
still
from
decided
mom.
to share this desire that he has, and she's fine with it. Her family's fine with it. What does it matter to you? Throwing under the bus.
Throwing his wife directly under the bus.
Put your feet down or move away.
Was her head also on Jesse Waters' chest? That's another thing that happened, which was very apparent and very clear.
It's called comforting a grieving widow. Seems like this guy doesn't understand the concept of empathy, solidarity, compassion.
And everybody had to pretend like it wasn't bizarre as we were all witnessing it. Why did she rush in to fundraise off of Charlie Kirk's murder? That seems wildly inappropriate to me.
So having a fundraiser is inappropriate, but making fun of Charlie Kirk's death is not. This is the worldview of the likes of this. Inappropriate. You shouldn't even have access to this word. You have lost the privilege of utilizing the word inappropriate the moment you started mocking what happened to Charlie and his wife. So you can use it, but no one is ever going to take you seriously, because what you do is inappropriate. 50 times more. What's more, if I have this question for you. If you do watch this video and respond, Secular Talk, I have this Kyle, I have this question for you. What's more appropriate? Please don't dodge the question. Have the decency, be a man, and respond and answer this. What's more inappropriate? Raising a fundraiser after your husband dies, or making videos to laugh, celebrate, endorse the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Which among these two is more appropriate? Don't dodge it, don't deflect it, don't tell me yeah but and hit a whataboutism. Which of these two? So at least be transparent. Either be honest and say all the people that laughed at Charlie Kirk's murder and that made jokes and that endorsed it and then called for the death of his children. This is your side, man. This is your side. Is it more appropriate to ask for the death of his children because they're bigots, or is it more inappropriate what she did? Which one is it? And if your answer is that what she's doing is more inappropriate, then at least we see your true colors. Own it at this point. And instead, if you agree with me and you say that calling for violence on his children and endorsing political assassination of your opponents, intellectual opponents, if you think that that is more inappropriate, then why are you not calling out what is more inappropriate?
He's just
and instead you're focusing on a grieving wife. It's checkmate.
With that, man.
Whichever you choose is checkmate.
Wildly inappropriate in that moment. Why did she post creepy videos on social media of her holding her dead husband's hand with him laying in the casket, getting fucking social media clout off of his demise?
The showing of the corpse, I have to agree with. I hate that begrudgingly. I have to agree with him. I thought that was much. Personally, I wouldn't have done it simply because I would have kept it private. So I have to agree with him on that one.
Are you kidding me? If I was fucking murdered, do you think Crystal would take a picture holding my dead hand as I'm in the carcass?
You wouldn't be in the carcass. You would be the carcass in the coffin.
And fucking trying to make a social media clout moment off of it? Are you kidding me? That's fucking grotesque. And we're not going to pretend like it's not.
I hate the way he speaks. I hate everything about this guy, but I agree with him on this one. Grotesque.
It absolutely positively is. Why were there fucking pyrotechnics at his funeral before she spoke like it was some sort of WWE event?
Oh my gosh, he's literally, though, now you're losing the plot. Who cares about the pyrotechnics? Who cares? Man, he's really... You know what this demonstrates is that he doesn't have a strong counter-argument, and so now he needs to try and get every single little bit. Why did he put on a blue tie if the guy was a Republican? Why did he put on jeans instead of a suit? Like, he's literally gonna find... I mean, if you talk about the fireworks, then he's literally gonna go into every single possible detail that all of this, by the way, to justify this, which doesn't work. You are responding... What you're doing here is shifting the goalpost. You're responding to this. Nothing you said up to this point clarifies or justifies this. You could... Even the one thing that I agreed with you, the body and the holding of the hand, even that doesn't justify mocking and laughing and what you're doing. It doesn't. Because the children are still suffering. At that point, I would say make a video, call out the thing and say, hey, this is grotesque, this is nonsense. But the laughing and mocking and celebrating, particularly in this context, because it's not even a situation where, well, he did this, but no one else did. No, there are millions of Americans that are laughing.
Also, ahead of the rumors, because, you know, the Candace Owens rumors are always out there saying he's still alive somewhere, yada, yada, yada. That was basically a way to get ahead of the rumors without showing his full body.
Charlie Kirk's death, and I'm pushing for more. And within that context, it makes this even more inexcusable. Within the context of fellow Americans that say, take out his children because they're going to grow up bigoted. And you worry about the trousers she's wearing? Are you that shallow?
Like it was some sort of fucking celebration. Why did she immediately come out and say, I'm going to take over Charlie's position at TPUSA? Don't you think that the overwhelming majority of people, especially if you're torn up psychologically and mentally, wouldn't you say, you know what, I'm going to step back from the spotlight. I'm going to have some time to mourn.
Did you lose your spouse? Was your spouse assassinated because of politics? No. So you're in no position to say what you would have done. And also, I respect that. You know why I respect that? Because it looks to me like a woman who is putting her children and her ability to provide for those children. I'm not pretending that she's not rich. Of course she's rich. But she's still putting her family first and decided to take that position and not allow the monsters who took out her husband to win. Because that's what they want. They wanted to leave it. In fact, they want the entirety Turning Point USA to collapse because of it. And she's standing to fight. She's showing an example to her children that she's going to be strong. In fact, that's a strong woman if I've ever seen one. You should be proud of her. Hypocrite.
I'm going to have some time to reflect. I'm going to have some time to rethink my life. I'm going to have some time to get my shit together since I just lost my fucking better half. No, she immediately jumped in and said, I'm going to take Charlie's position at TPUSA. Why are there videos that are all over social media, and they are, you can't deny it, of her crying, but it's 100% proven there are no tears. She's got the tissue, she's doing the thing, but then you zoom in, there's no tears. Why is that happening?
Could you imagine this creep who actually sees a widow crying after her husband's neck was exploded, and this guy is there zooming in with the pixels trying to see if there actually is... How do you know it wasn't edited out? How do you know it wasn't Have you ever heard of a jump cut, by the way? Because I'm telling you, when my mom died of cancer, and I made a video to let my community know that, because my community supported us as with a battle through cancer, I refilmed that thing 7 times because I don't like the idea of crying in front of a camera. And the only time you'll ever see that, if it ever happens, I don't think it ever will, but if it does happen, it's because it happened live stream, and it is what it is. Once it's online, it's online. But when it comes to a video pre-recorded, I will never show it. And even the one take that was good, I had to jump cut it to remove those things, so you can see that, you know, my eyes are a little lucid, if you will, but I jump cut it. Maybe she jump cut, but still, why are we even arguing about this? Are you saying that she doesn't care that her husband died? It's disgusting.
Exactly.
You can't prove that, and you should be ashamed of yourself for even suggesting that she doesn't care about her husband being killed. He still is the father of her children. What kind of monsters do you think people on the right wing are? Simply because we are conservatives, it doesn't mean we don't have feelings for the father of our freaking children. Shame on you.
You could yell at me for acknowledging reality, but I'm fucking acknowledging reality, and everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Why is she hopping in front of every camera? Why is it that She's putting herself front and center, but then getting mad when people react. See, this is my message to conservatives.
Go ahead.
You can't have it both ways.
Okay.
You can't make her deeply political. You can't put her front and center. You can't put her at the head of TPUSA. You can't put her in front of every fucking camera and microphone in existence and then get mad when we react to it.
You didn't just react. You should be allowed to react. I agree with him. He should be able to react and attack at arguments, attack at points, attack at politics, attack everything she stands for, if that's what you want. What we get mad is that you guys laugh at the death. You celebrate death. You endorse murder. You laugh at suffering. And then that's what you do not have a pass to that sort of behavior. You don't.
That's not how it works. Either you're in the game or you're not in the game. Either you're in the game or you're not in the game.
It doesn't make everything you say fair game.
No.
It doesn't. It doesn't. And you are not complaining about your side.
And
You're not saying anything about the people that said take those kids off. Take them out. Is that fair game? Is that okay? Well, because it's political. I mean, Charlie Kirk put himself in front of the camera, was a political speaker and commentator for the right wing. So if people can say whatever they want about their children, people can laugh when his neck explodes. Is that okay?
Him and his wife
is that how it works?
That.
Do you
civilized
want
human
your political opponent to dance on your grave?
A care
if
for
this
the
happens
human
to
nature,
you, and I hope it doesn't. I don't like you. One bit, in fact, I despise you.
Going to be able to willingly talk about
but I
people.
wish you safety and success. I hope that what happened to Charlie Kirk never happens to you, and I hope that what happened to Charlie Kirk's wife never happens to your wife. And if this happens to you, I would not dance on your grave. And I would absolutely call out any conservative who would start saying, take his wife out now, take his children out, laughing and endorsing for this. Absolutely I would. But you don't, and that's the difference between me and the likes of you and your ilk. Anyways, correctly posts Blair White, who said, no one is requiring you to mourn Charlie Kirk. They're asking you not to be a satanic piece of shit who celebrates brutal murder. The bar couldn't be lower, and it's still too high for millions of you sick, based Blair White. Based Blair White. Based. And I know that every time I've, by the way, shared some of the statements made by Blair White, I always get those one or two people that tell me, oh, that's a tranny. Well, so what? The statement is based. Like, why do I care? It's an adult. Whatever Blair decides to do is Blair's business. I can perfectly say, though, that in this case, Blair White was absolutely based. This is extremely ugly behavior and you should feel ashamed of yourself. I agree, but he won't. He won't, because when someone is radicalized, when someone is a radical, they don't feel ashamed because they've already bypassed that completely. They've got their excuse, they've got the layers of justification that justify in their mind behavior that they themselves would consider to be abhorrent if it was, for example, targeted at people that they don't believe to be in the oppressor category. And now I'm talking about oppressed, which is clearly a critique at the left-wing perceptions of things, ideology. But then again, you can radicalize someone on any ideology. You can radicalize someone on the right wing, you can radicalize someone religiously. All forms of radicalization can happen, but the core mechanics at the psychological level, they are all the same. Radicals will justify behavior that would otherwise be considered by themselves unacceptable simply because of who the recipient is of said behavior and the layers of justifications that have been etched into their brains through propaganda. You will never be a woman. I don't know what this has anything to do with that. Joey says, Democrats are the only group on the planet that can gun down an innocent man, celebrate his death, mock his wife, destroy memorials for him, lie about who killed him, and also about what the man stood for, and somehow still make themselves the victims. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. And yeah, wow, you're a horrible human being. I agree. And it's statement, people like this, like him, and those who are worse than him, by the way, because there is worse than this. Like, there is worse than the mocking. But people like him, Destiny, Hassan Piker, and all of those liberals and progressives that made videos, that dressed up, that did this, that said, that did the little songs to celebrate Charlie Kirk's murder, they are the real enemies of themselves, because that sort of rhetoric only resonates with those who have already been radicalized to the extremes, but it does not resonate for those people who are left-leaning or even fully left-wing when it comes to economic policy, social issue, or foreign policy, but they are still decent. They haven't been radicalized. So they see this kind of behavior and they're like, hold on a minute, that's gross. What the heck? I mean, even back home in Italy, plenty of friends of mine and family members who are fully left, but they completely, when they saw this, they said, hey, I hated the kind of rhetoric that Charlie Kirk was pushing, with a caveat there, because I think some of it has been misinterpreted. But anyways, whatever version of Charlie Kirk's rhetoric that they have had access to, they have the right to say, I hate that, fine, it's against anything you believe in, class struggle, whether you be a socialist, whether you be a communist, whether you be well, in Europe, we don't call them liberals, because when you say liberal in Europe, you mean classical liberalism, which is center-right, whatever. A leftist. I know plenty of people in my family and among my friends that are left, but absolutely said that what happened to Charlie Kirk was horrible, and it shouldn't have happened. They don't celebrate it, and in fact, they attack the people and shame the people that make fun of and condone such behavior. And this kind of rhetoric backfires. Secular talk, it backfires. Even this, cry more. You lose the moral ground. You lose the moral ground when you make these kind of... And don't even say the word Nancy Pelosi. Don't even try. Don't even try that. I've already addressed it. I'm not going to waste any more time about that. Look at that. Yeah, you laugh all you want. We'll laugh last. Disgusted enough. So that's the guy. And that's the lack of decency on the radical left.
Douche.
And I haven't been doing spectating bronze because even though spectating bronze, the whole point of it is to have...
Streamers were leaving at 20. Yeah. Yep. Valkyrie, yes. Son, definitely Mizkiff, and then Nina. Yep. See ya. Johnny, see me. Johnny Somali is going to be in Korea for a while. Eli. What goes on the couch? It's not your feet. Nina. No, must. Be that's bunch of pain. I mean, Dan, gosh, that's the one that's accusing Trump. Uh, got some soft people. That's really the majority of problems right now. Too many soft people. Horrible. They just go. Daddy, Danny, Daddy. No biting, Eli. You. A little bit of tea left, buddy. What you doing, little boy? He's rolling on the floor. Rolling, rolling, rolling. I just, okay. We'll do some quick plays in a little bit.
I'm doing right now. It's time to speak up. If you're a MAGA and you call yourself a Christian, I need to have a word. Because you see, scripture says that if you have an issue with your brother, you're to go to your brother. And that's what I'm doing right now. I am following the example that is outlined in scripture for when you have a disagreement with a fellow believer. You see, I was raised in a very conservative evangelical home in a red county, in a red state, and I still live in a red county, in a red state. I also was raised to know Christ, and I have followed Christ since I was 5 years old. I have read the Bible cover to cover. I've taught Sunday school and Bible study and can probably quote as much scripture as anyone out there. And I am telling you, if I didn't know Jesus and I saw the Republican Party of today, and I was told this is an example of what Christians are, I would run as far and as fast the other direction as I possibly could. Because what we, and I say we because I used to be there, what the Republican Party is showing is greed and power over generosity and kindness. It is selfishness over selflessness. It is oppressing the poor and the immigrant over helping the poor and the immigrant.
Dude, mixing up the Republican and the Democrat Party pretty easily.
Do not accurately reflect Christ. And brother or sister, I'm going to tell you, you need to choose right now. Either identify yourself as a MAGA or identify yourself as a follower of Christ, but the two do not go together. And because of what you are doing, you are harming the kingdom. You are pushing people away from the Jesus we are supposed to reflect. There is nothing scriptural about the policies that MAGA is pushing. In fact, it is just the opposite. We know, if you know Jesus, this would be the time in the Bible he would be flipping tables. And I am
especially in churches that you go
as
to.
a brother or sister in Christ to say, you got to reassess. You have got to reassess because you are pushing people away from Jesus. We are supposed to be salty and bright. We are supposed to be the light on the hill. And what we are projecting is completely unchrist-like.
Rule of law. With enforcing
far and as fast the other direction.
Obama says dumb parties should accept socialists. What do you think? No. Amazing meeting with Gavin Newsom today in Houston. Very smart, very handsome. Not like Greg Abbott, who can't keep electricity on, or Donald Trump, who can't keep the government open, total disaster. And they can't keep the store stocked in her area either. Mayor Scott, this country does not deserve black women or black people, but specifically black women. The Democrats are saying, no, you have to sit down and negotiate. Our Republicans are refusing to do that. That is the reason why we are in a shutdown. No, the reason we are in a shutdown is because you guys say no to current health care. Can't make it worse by doubling premiums. Our goal must be to guarantee health care to all as a human right. Must miss Trump's offer. Alright, one more video. I gotta rest my eyes. Felt like a long game.
Have you ever wondered why some people never get tattoos, even when everyone around them does? It's not always about religion or fear of pain. For many, it's because they simply don't see the point. They believe their body wasn't made to be drawn on, that tattoos add nothing valuable. Some avoid them because of control and permanence. They don't like the idea of something lasting forever on their skin. It feels like a trap. Others have a clean mindset. They associate tattoos with regret, impulsiveness, or attention-seeking. To them, keeping a natural body means staying true to themselves. And then, there are people who genuinely dislike tattoos. They don't see beauty in them. They don't see meaning. To them, tattoos simply make the body look worse. Everyone has their own reason. What about you? Do you see any value in tattoos, or do you think they're pointless? Be honest, see you in the comments.
They're not for everyone.
Have you ever wondered why some people never...
I love my tattoos.
But here's a group of Somalis who are fed up with Ilhan Omar. Oh yeah, apparently, so, people are aware that there's like a lot of Somali in like Minnesota. So there are, oh God. So there's Somali clans that wouldn't vote for that Omar guy because he was from a different clan. Jacob Frey apparently beat Omar Fateh in Minneapolis by exploiting Somali clan divisions.
Whether you are from Galmudug or Getaway, you are from Minneapolis.
Tribal politics. We now have elections in Minneapolis that are being decided by Somalian tribal politics.
I am Somali, and I can admit, bro, our people is the most divided people in the world. We are bringing this Qabilas thing to America, the same thing that killed our country, the tribalism.
Yeah, this is the whole reason why a lot of people don't want a lot of immigration from those places, is because people that come from those places bring their problems here. He's even saying it. When a Somalia person comes in, they become a serious one. There are people like that living right here in our city, calling for rival clans to be expelled and pushed out. I just... Clash of Clans! We need to get rid of these people. We will never gain power and move forward as Somalians as long as these people live among us and we don't kick them out. Well,
So why is it that you guys get to say all this, but then you go and say
the idea that this is a white nation that needs to be preserved is a fascinatingly disgusting view, because this country is one for the many.
How the fuck are you criticizing white people when you guys can't even get along with your own clans? Y'all can't even figure this shit out yourself. And you're talking about getting them deported. They try to lecture us about racism, but the moment that they don't get their way, they start talking about kicking each other out of the country, even inside of their own little group. And this is what I always said. Never listen to the people that say that they want acceptance. They want you to accept them. They don't want to accept you. They have no problem doing this to their own fucking people. I think this is the perfect moment that I can say exactly what I have been saying for years, that none of this stuff is anything other than self-serving rhetoric so these people can simply put themselves in more advantageous positions. That's literally it.
Yep.
But here's a group of Somalis who are fed up by with Ilhan Omar. Oh yeah, apparently rhetoric so these people can simply put themselves in more advantageous positions. That's literally it.
Oh, oh well.
AP, David Wood, whatever happened to the small screaming goats? What did happen to them? I have no idea.
My battery's been dying. Let's see. Sometimes it works. Nope, battery's dying. Yep, it's dying. I gotta replace the battery.
I have no idea. The last time I saw my goat was when I was, because that was before I traveled. Yeah, I don't know. Jingoistic Pig said Crowder had cigar show with Amru Fuddle. Disappointing.
Elmer Fudd?
I would suspect that Crowder would actually push back more than like Tucker Carlson with some of these guys. So I'm totally fine with people having discussions, even with insane or
just like he did with
but you have to challenge them on the
Dave
issues, which is exactly what Tucker wouldn't do.
Smith.
I would suspect that what he did was just because Amru Fuddle talked about Islam, right? That's
just on that issue.
Steven Crowder invited Amru Fuddle.
Oh, so he might have just been agreeing with him because he's talking about saying some stuff about Islam.
Yeah, but Amru Fuddle is a retarded neo-Nazi, so I wouldn't give him any.
Who's literally named after Elmer Fudd.
Yeah. Sometimes he calls himself Myron Gaines, for those who can't follow. Thoughts on Hadith fan fiction, Sahih al-Zutari. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Ligamathigayan says, why is it called Islam instead of Islam? That one vowel alone could turn me into a mindless bigot. That's just how it is, man. That's the beauty of Arabic. Everything sounds beautiful in Arabic. Frank Turek finally responded to her on CBN News, says Falcon. What did he say? I just texted with him earlier today. What did he say? When was that? I don't know. Frank Turek. Candace Owens. Frank Turek's powerful response.
Oh, hey.
25 minutes.
Hey, we'll be seeing him. We'll be seeing him in Boston. You could record a in-person interview. If you want.
Really? Let's go. Okay, yeah, let's do that. I'm probably going to head over to the Turning Point event next month, so I'm going to see him there too. But before that, doable.
You and the Gripers.
Powerful. Dawa Troll, I was horrified when I first saw Candace's face. Very rude. A positive Allah, I was thinking about God's transforming power in my after becoming a Christian, and you came to mind, AP. As an atheist, how did you explain David Wood's transformation and what's changed? I talked about that on a recent podcast with what was that?
Was it those Coptic dudes? I remember you saying it somewhere. Something I saw.
You heard it? Look at this. David is like looking for people talking about him.
I was like, people talking trash. People AP talking trash about me. Let me go see what he says. You better be positive or I'll destroy him.
Always positive. AP's always positive.
What is this AP's talking about me? I have to listen to it. We talk about his mother. Yeah, it was on Coptic Orthodox Answers. I actually talked about this. There was an interview with me about a month ago. I can't talk about it now. I talked about it there because I was more in the mood of talking about it. But I might talk about it some other time. I might actually talk about it later in this show. MT says, how lovely, the boys are back.
Cause the boys are back in town.
Adi Osman Katalson, I was attacked by a demon on February. I was attacked by a demon on February 20, 2023. Sam Shimoon, that was me. Katalson, no, he did this beautiful Arabic humming. Uninspiring philosophy. Hey, did he change your name to Apologetics Zucho?
That'd be funny.
That'd be funny. You see, real text don't use synonyms. Yeah. They had cars in 1822. I'd stake my career on it. Cross Kingdoms said, is there a way I can talk to you guys privately? It's extremely important. Not to me, but to David Wood. You can always talk privately. Yeah. David is always expecting people to email him and to talk with him in private. So
it's my favorite thing to do, talking to people in private.
Yeah. Cars and Dimension says, Jews on the brain is a terrible prognosis. Candace carries around leaks like a farfetch. AP, my brother in Christ, says Buddy the Rabbit, I love you, but this thumbnail is literally genocide. Oh, hi, David. I know it is genocide. That's why I wanted to put it up there. I thought it looked beautiful, actually. That's why I put that thumbnail up.
It's creepy. It's Candace phone's Owen's forehead.
Athos. It is definitely on my list of places to visit one day. If I can ever find the means and the time, I would love to do that.
Is that the place where they have that what is it, monastery or something?
Yeah, it's an autonomous community of monasteries and stuff in Greece. It's pretty based. Fox McCloud. To be fair, they lied about Israel for like 2 years straight, telling bald-faced lies to anybody that would hear it and passing it on like it's a fact. That's what they do all the time. Yeah, but once again, telling one narrative and hiding such burning, brutal piece of information are just two completely different things. Buddy the Rabbit, Candace is fake and gay. I'm just asking questions. Well, Candace is a man, so yeah. Vir Dolorum says, I have a theory. She's Dunning-Kruger maxing to feel maximally self-impressed with herself and inspiring a whole
I don't want to take it yet. I gotta wait at least another hour till I take my meds again.
Insane. Because
feels like it's worn off already, though.
With the Macrons. So she's just acting insane. MT, there's a 1-minute video of her talking about how she planned to do this with the Koberger case, but he confessed, so she had to find another grift. That's pretty funny. Hey AP, bitte nimm Irfan mal mit nach Israel. Maybe I will one day. MT, vid name, real Candace O to cover Ida 04. Okay, shall check it out. AP, are you saying you believe the reason we haven't been back to the moon because we lost the technology, as the NASA expert said? Are you saying you believe the reason we haven't been back to the because we have lost the technology? No, that's also not really the whole statement there. The whole statement is generally that not that we lost the ability or we lost the technology. If you ask NASA the question, in fact, I'm pretty sure there was an article recently, which was that it is not really readily available because there is no need for us to go back to the moon. That's what
there's nothing up there for us to grab.
Decades now, since successfully going there, it has pretty much been concluded that there is no real purpose in going there, considering the huge expenses
and the danger. It's still dangerous. It's still dangerous, and we still see ships blowing up and stuff like this. So
it's completely worthless to go there.
It's dangerous, insanely expensive. So what are you getting out of it that would justify those things? And they're saying there's not enough. There's not enough reason to go back.
So they put it to rest. The whole idea, oh no, we want to go back, but we lost the technology. That's nonsense. That never happened. Nobody ever said this. Joshua Wooden, Candace did research on cases of vehicular manslaughter in the 1800s. But in modern U.S. courts, these cases are widely known as vehicular manslaughter.
That's true.
Interesting. Mo the Goat. My issue with Candace Tucker and co. is that, okay, Jews are bad. What's stopping them from talking about the other groups or countries? Why they need to support the Hamas co. at the same time? Because it's the popular thing to do. That's it. These people are just they don't care about facts. They don't care about truth. They don't care about actual problems. If they talked about Christians being mistreated. If they cared so much about it, they would talk about those countries that actually mistreat Christians. Do they talk about it? No, they don't. That's what they do. Ash, what's up, Ash? Are you getting a channel back? The Israelis use a powerful projector to put a moon image in the sky on a fixed cycle so that they can hide the fact that they stole the real one. Oh, well, that makes sense. All right, man. I want to talk about something that is on my mind, and it's going to be it's going to tie into tomorrow, because tomorrow.
What's tomorrow?
Something
going on tomorrow?
Tomorrow, on David Wood's channel, on David's channel tomorrow, we will be talking about everything.
Everything and everyone who's involved in this particular discussion.
Everyone?
Everyone! Oh, I need that. I need to get that clip.
I wonder if it has to do with the X-drama while he was in Israel.
As a joke.
I know. I know.
How do we always end up watching like the same behind the scenes stuff that
I don't know, but it's such an incredible scene, and I watched that movie like so many times.
Yeah, he told the story. He said that he told the sound guy, he said, I'm just going to do like this completely like over the top everyone, so get the sound right. It's a joke.
I might pull this actually and chill and watch this. I'm getting worn out.
That is for those who don't know.
All right, guys.
The movie Leon,
yeah, I'm calling it.
Leon the Professional.
You all have a good night. God bless. Thank you for coming out, and
in prison.
Hope to catch you tomorrow. We'll see.
I saw that in prison, and